Okay. Hi, Devin. Happy holidays to you, too. My computer's a little slow today. That's for sure. I can't get anything to anything to move. I think it needs a reboot, and this is not a good time. I've already started the stream. Happy holidays, everyone. This is Tessa. Um, whatever holiday you're celebrating, I hope it was a good one. Hello to the Shadows Lair. Happy holidays. I am just had a very quiet day alone here. It's been a little strange holiday. I'm not used to this. I'm used to a big family party, but not this year. Thanks to the old pandemic. So I am streaming. I finished my story a few days ago, and it needs a lot of editing. And then I will be looking for beta readers. And I had an idea for, hi, Charlie, I missed it. I just got the notification because I just basically dragged myself out of the bed before I was late for I was almost late because I was trying to bring yours up and the computer hung up on me. But I saw it was already stopped, so I knew it was too late. So yeah, it's pretty small and quiet everywhere this year. I mean, some people are still having family gatherings, but they're a lot smaller than normal. I mean, we always had a big gathering with my sister's family and my family and my dad in the nursing home. And we can't go to the nursing home. And my sister, she doesn't want anything to do with anybody outside of the family. And I understand her feelings on that, close family. So her and her children are together, and my children and I have been isolating from each other simply as much as possible just to avoid the possibility that, we could all be exposed. So we don't want to take a chance. Oh, okay, Charlie, you started Christmas dinner. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not having Christmas dinner, and this is so strange. Such a strange year. So I was trying to bring that up. I might try to watch it later on and see if I can see what happened on your stream, but I didn't make it in time. If I had known, I wasn't on the computer. I got up and I had the TV on and I ate something real quick. And I just noticed it now. And I thought, I can't do anything about it anyhow, because I've got my own that I have here. So, youngest brother-in-law's in-laws came to visit them today, and shortly after they arrived, they started showing symptoms. Oh, that's not good. Oh, wow. I hope nothing happens. It is bad. Now, my aide is insisting on having a big friend, and I don't know if family is included, but big friend dinner today. And she freaks out when she comes with me. She's always masked and gloved, and she has to. But, she's like, really freaking out about it. Her whole family is sick with COVID over in Bulgaria, where she comes from. Father was in the hospital. I mean, but yes, she's still having a big gathering. And I'm like, I can't believe you're doing this. You're busy telling me. You're busy telling me all about this, and then you're going to have a big dinner anyhow. And she just said she did it at Thanksgiving too. So I can't reason with her, and I don't understand her, honestly. I mean, her whole family is sick. You think she'd be more inclined to be worried about it, but she's not. She's out with all her friends having a big dinner. So as long as she doesn't bring it to me, that's the only thing that bothers me is the fact that she's doing this and then she's my age. So she comes to my house. I mean, she's got her mask on and I have my mask on, but still, it worries me. Oh, so Devon's area goes back into lockdown at midnight tonight. His whole family is quarantining now. Oh my gosh. Hi, Jen. Merry Christmas. We were just talking about how different it is right now with, you know, not the usual celebrations. I just had text messages from my family today. I'm not seeing any of them. I've been all alone all day long. Even my neighbor hasn't bothered me yet. Knock on wood. So all my plans for the rest of 2020 are off. Devin says, yeah. Yeah, I'm not planning anything, and I'm trying not to go out if I can help it. If there's any way at all to stay out of the public, I am doing that because it's just getting worse. I mean, it's not like it's getting better, so it's a scary thing. And then, like I said, I've got an aide, and she's in here, and she's close to me. She has a mask on, but she's busy, socializing with everybody. So she's exposing herself to a lot of people that could be sick. And she's worried about me. I'm not the one out, busy socializing. I go out only if I have to. She's worried about me giving it to her. I got to worry about her giving it to me. So I'm sorry to hear that, Charlie. I hope they're okay. It's not a good time. And it's hard to believe it's been almost a year now. And we haven't gotten anywhere. It's not any better. It's worse. Much worse. I'm not sure where you're at, Devin. Are you in the United States or are you in another country? I'm not even sure what, I don't watch the news. I just can't stand it. So I don't know. No, Charlie's just ended. He invited me to his and I missed it. I didn't even see it till now, but it's over. Oh, you're in Canada. Oh, okay. So Canada's shutting back down. Okay. I don't know what's going on in the United States. Like I said, I don't watch the news. So I don't know who is and who isn't. I just keep to my little old self as much as possible. And I'm constantly having my temperature taken because every time I go to the doctors, every time my OT comes, my PT comes, occupational and physical therapy comes, they take my temperature. So, and I'm always going to the doctors. And that's the one thing I don't like is going to the doctors. But there's some of them you can't help but go to. They can't do telemedicine. So, I have to obviously take my lungs to the lung doctor. So I'm going there Tuesday and I'm having problems breathing again. And that started since I was in the hospital. I don't think it's COVID, but because I do have severe asthma, but they say my lungs are clear. So I don't know why I can't breathe. But I have to ask him when I'm going in for my sleep study results. Hopefully they're going to give me a CPAP soon so I can sleep. And but since he's my lung doctor, I'm going to tell him, look, I don't know what's going on, but since I was in the hospital, I haven't been able to breathe. I walk a few steps and then I'm busy huffing and puffing. It's ridiculous. Charlie says to Jen, we end this if people could come over here. That was nice of you, Charlie. Thank you. Looks like you ran for a couple hours at least, so you obviously must have had some people show up, I guess. I didn't get a chance to look at it yet. And I actually had a brains. You try to be nice. You are nice. You're definitely nice, Charlie. Jen, I missed around the StreamYard for a few minutes today. It looks relatively easy. It's not as bad as it seems. And they do let you go in there and do that little test. So, yeah. Okay, you did. And it was a fun chat stream. That was cool. I'm glad. I'm sorry I missed it. I didn't even turn on the computer. I didn't look at it. I just noticed it a few minutes before mine was supposed to start. But while I was writing today and editing, I had an idea. Maybe if I can think of enough words, I might be able to get another book in on the same people. And I don't know. I don't know yet whether I have enough. But I have to finish one before I start doing the other, and that's what I'm having trouble with. Hi, Megan. Happy holidays. Starting to get warm in here again. I don't know about where you guys are, but our temperatures have been in the 60s for yesterday and today. It's supposed to drop down tomorrow back to 30, but right now we're in the 60s and it's hot up here. Rainy. Not a nice day for sure. So, Megan, I hope you had a nice holiday. I spent mine alone, but I listened to an audio book on bullet journaling, trying to start a bullet journal. So I got an ebook, plus all the videos I've been watching. So I bought a thing off of Amazon. It was a whole kit. It has everything, including a book in it and a carry case. So I can play around with it, mess around with it, see if I want to do a bullet journal or not. I'm not sure I actually do. But Jen, you won't have any trouble on StreamYard, basically. They do let you play around in there, so that's a good thing. And I did a couple of tests in there. I just made them private so that they don't go out if I want to mess around. Otherwise, you can do what Charlie did and did one of those, and it was live. I came across it, and he had all kinds of people in there while he was trying it out. Remember that, Charlie? That was funny. So I try not to do that. Okay. Well, have fun. Enjoy your food from me. I wish I could have some. And if you come back later, we'll see you. Have fun. Merry Christmas. Okay. So, did everybody come to do sprints? Or did they come to chat? Melanie, fun it made to a live stream. Thank you. Merry Christmas and same to you. Well, nice to see you. Oh, wow. Yeah. It doesn't seem like Christmas, though. I'll tell you. This has been one weird holiday. Just not used to being alone on a holiday. I'm used to having family all around me. Having a party and lots of food, and not have any of that. Kind of weird. So did we want to sprint? Because I have plenty of editing to do. Plus a story that's brewing in the back of my mind that I want to get to based on this story. Basically, lightly based on the story. A couple of the same characters, let's put it that way, in the same area. I won't be creating a new area. It'll all be in the same area. But I had an idea. Possible idea. Just don't know if I have enough words to make it a novel. Okay, ready to write. That's great, because I'm ready to get going. So we will be doing, let me put on my happy holidays and my first sprint. Finally figured out how to do that. Took me a while. I finally got there. Okay, seems like everybody's ready to write. Jen's got to suffer through a beginning. I guess that means you're starting a new project. All right, go get your coffee, Melanie. Now, how long, guys? Now, I usually do 30 minutes. And most of us do the 30 minutes, but I know Melanie is new. So I'm not sure if she is okay with 30 minutes or not. I don't want to start the timer until I've had a chance to ask her what. Because some people don't like to do 30 minutes. Jen says it's a late one, so I feel pressure. Ooh, yeah, I can imagine. All right. I gotta find my, there's my phone. I was gonna say, where the heck did my phone go? Okay. Let's see. I had to put my glasses on. I can't see that. We'll give it a try and see if I get in. And I'll see whether or not I did it right or not. Oh, let me in. It let me in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't put it on deep focus that way. It doesn't affect my phone, doesn't affect it. I've been on Courtney's before where people have done that and the tree died and everybody's like, ah, oh my God, I don't want to be the one responsible. Is 30 minutes okay with you, Melanie? We usually do 30 minutes. It's funny, when I first saw your name, I thought it said Dean. And I'm like, Dean? Oh, my glasses on. It looks like, without my glasses, it looks like Dean. Oh, God, they're dirty. Got fingerprints all over them. Okay, great. All right. I'm going to set the timer for 30 minutes then. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I didn't share it again. Do it every time. Okay. I shared it now. There we go. Righty. Okay. Hey, Ruth. Happy holidays. The kids are super duper hyper, I can imagine. I don't have little ones anymore, but I can imagine. Alrighty. 30 minutes down. How we do? Yeah, it was. I started it originally in July, and then for November, I decided to rewrite it and change the storyline. So I started copy and pasting pieces I wanted to be in the story, but it did cause for a lot of mistakes. I kept finding things in the wrong order, things I didn't take out that I should have. It was, I think, I'm hoping now, I'm reading through it from beginning to end, and I'm hoping I got most of that taken care of. We'll find out. It's hard to say. So Melanie says, I just need to make a handwritten list of which chapters I need to add these two POVs to and which scenes to add them in. Yeah, I'm making a handwritten list now of all the chapters because I didn't bother putting chapters in. I just made a note of the POV and the time, and you know who it was. It was, but I didn't number anything. So now that's what I'm trying to do now. The Shadows Lair said no writing because my college deactivated my word. Oh, that sucks. You can use Google Docs though. I hate Google Docs, but you can use them. It's free. It's annoying. I don't like Google Docs, but you can use it. So happy I graduated, not happy I lost office. I can understand that. Like I said, Google Docs is free. It's not the best in the world. I I pay for Office, and the whole year I think was like 69 something for all of the programs, or you could do it monthly at around $9 or so a month. I think it is. So you can get it if you have a little extra money, or you can use Google Docs, which isn't. I hate Google Docs. Jen says 622, and I think it's coming together nicely. Well, that's great. I'm glad it's coming together. You didn't sound too enthusiastic when you started. I'm glad it's coming together for you. So that's a good amount of words. Melanie says, congrats on graduating to the Shadows Lair. Yeah, congratulations. I'm so sorry you lost your copy of Office. Yeah, I've heard other people say you get it for a little while after you graduate, but then it goes. Yeah, that's what Jen says, the same thing. It's not outrageously expensive. It isn't really. I mean, I don't know your budget, so yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm on a really tight budget, but I wanted Word, so I went ahead. Word in Excel, excuse me. But it's like nine something a month for all of them, or If you do it by the year, it's like $69.70, something like that. Let's see. Jen says I couldn't live without it. No, I can't either. Should have seen me when I switched computers. I had to call them and said, please get it fixed and put on my new computer now. I gotta have it. Gotta have it. Melanie says, so the Shadows layer, you can subscribe to Microsoft 365. It's $7.55 monthly. Okay. Yeah, it comes out to around 9 something. With tax if you don't want to pay for the full year. It's cheaper to buy it for the full year if you have it. So I was paying monthly and then I switched to yearly because it is cheaper. So it was, like I said, it's like, I don't know, $69, $70, I think, for the year. Jen, Melanie agrees with Jen. Jen is asking the Shadow Slayer what their degree is in. Shadow Slayer says geology. Interesting. Melanie says that's awesome. Jen says that's really cool. Gotta agree with them. Jen wants to know what you're going to do with it. Yeah, so many people get degrees and never use them. Melanie says, oh my God, I was using a Chromebook earlier this year. Writing was such a pain. Yes, I was using a Chromebook too. And then when I wanted to start doing the live streams, I had to use the Chromebook again because it was the only thing I had with a camera and mic in it. And I hated that Chromebook. And of course, I only had Google Docs. That was all I could use on it. And I hate Google Docs with a passion. I have to use them for like beta reader. I sent it out to someone. I had to use Google Docs so that I could share it. But I hate it. I still have my Chromebook, but I'm not using it. The Shadows layer says paleontology. Interesting. Paleontology. Okay. This is jumping on me. That's the only thing with the comments, they jump. Jen says exciting. Melanie says I should clarify the $7.55 is the monthly price with tax included. I know it's something like that because I was doing it that way and then I started doing it by the year. But I felt it was definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Especially when you consider how much those programs used to cost to buy them. Jen says, and Jen cannot spell apparently. Melanie says, I had a project in September, October that I just took the payment for and threw it into a refurbished Dell PC. I love it. I just need to purchase a mic and webcam so I can stream. I got a all-in-one Hewlett Packard all-in-one. The whole computer is in the screen, the monitor, and it came with a mic and a camera in it. The whole thing, whole kit and caboodle. And that's the size of it. It's the size of a monitor. I didn't know what they meant at first when they were talking about it. My daughter says, yeah, you don't have a CPU anymore. It's all in the monitor. So that's all I have on my desk is the monitor. Sitting beside me is the old computer taking up space, which has to go because I keep hitting my legs on it. But I didn't want to. I tried getting a webcam and a mic for my old computer, and I couldn't get it to work. So that's why I was using the Chromebook. This Chromebook worked, but now I have this, and this works so much better. And I have a regular computer, and I love it. And it's all the size of a, of a monitor, so it's great. Jen says, I think Chromebooks are a waste apart from online school and stuff like that. I got it because I didn't have money and I needed a new computer, but it was so difficult to work with. I just found it so unwieldy, and I just wasn't happy with it, but it was all I had, so I used it. But I couldn't do anything really fancy because I couldn't figure out how to work, because it had, you know, you had to, didn't have a, I mean, I think you could plug a mouse into it, but I didn't have a mouse. I had the, you know, the little pad, and I could never figure out how to right click and do all that stuff. So I was really unhappy with the whole thing. So I went and bought a cheap computer after that, which of course had no memory in it. I ran into all those issues with the memory problems. So now I have this one, and it has a terabyte of memory. So I don't think that's going to be my issue. Shannon says, oh my God, I can write. I promise. I need to check my coffee. Melanie, yes, I'm still keeping mine for whenever the day comes where I can go back to coffee shops. Yeah, they're good for that. If you don't have a regular laptop. And I was trying to decide whether to go laptop or not. But I really didn't like the feel of the Chromebook, which is like a laptop. I wanted a desktop. So this is great. I got everything that's in the laptop in my desktop now. Well, this, I don't know. Jen says, oh, coffee shops. I miss those. I never went right into anything like that. Melanie says, hey, we all can write, and there's a reason there's editors out there. Yeah, sometimes you wonder, right? Melanie said, I thought about getting one of those. One of what? The all-in-ones, or I'm not sure what you're talking about. Melanie says it's almost too user-friendly for those who are well-versed in computer basic. The Chromebook. You're talking about the Chromebook, yeah. It was cheap, so I thought, what the heck. It was close to a laptop, and then I found out from using it I really didn't like the laptop. So I went back and bought a regular computer after all. So now I have the best, I can't talk either, the best of both worlds with this all-in-one that I have. The comb, all right, you're talking about the comb, yeah. Jen says, I think my mom got one for Facebook and that kind of thing. Perfect for her. Yeah, it depends on what you plan on doing with it. I was a blogger. I am a blogger, and I couldn't create blog posts or anything because I couldn't figure out how to use it. I couldn't get the Google Docs and the Excel, the equivalent of Excel. Didn't do all that with it. Because that little keypad thing drove me nuts. Yeah. It doesn't even have a shift key. You have to adjust the keyboard settings to get that function to work. It drove me crazy. I mean, it's sitting down here. It's better than nothing in an emergency. But Melanie says, cheers to Jen. Sit. Let's see here. I'm jumping all over the place. Jen says I have a billion programs and need some storage. That's what I ran into with my old computer. Now I have a terabyte with this one, so shouldn't run into memory issues. Jen, I made a press picture of Cold Brew for the occasion tonight, giving me all of it. Melanie says, yes, I apologize for the confusion there. Not a problem. Melanie says, haha, that's been me all day. Tessa. I tried to say Chad, Caitlin earlier, my brother and sister-in-law, and I said Cat and Caitlin. Oh gosh, how many times I've done that. That and called, my kids the wrong names. I mean, I know that's normal. I mean, my dad still, well, now he has a stroke. He has an excuse, but he always called us all of our names, including the animals. And he'd start with mine, because I was the oldest, and just run down the whole list, including all the animals. I'm like, so now, of course, he had the stroke. So now he's even more apt to get us confused. And it's like, at least he still knows who we are. So and he always called us by the wrong name anyhow. So it's nothing different. So chances also come from my Shuki. Yeah. Popping out. BH Sprinkle says she's popping out. Bye. Hope to see you back. I'm not sure she's coming back or not. So that was our first sprint. Hopefully everybody got something accomplished. I'm still going through, I don't know how many chapters I have. And they're huge. Some of them are huge. And then I have a couple small ones. And if some people say they make their chapters exactly the same length, I'm like, I don't see how you can do that, because some things just have more to them. But I didn't do any chapters. I just noted the name of the person, because I wasn't going to make a chapter name. Since I was using point of view, I needed the name of the person whose point of view I was using at that point. So that's how I put chapter. I put chapter 1, and then I put the person's name and the time and the day. That was my chapter. And I, of course, already found where I skipped over a completely whole day. So I tried to make that so that it was intentional that I skipped over that day. I don't want to add something in there for no reason whatsoever, because it doesn't really need to. So I think I handled it okay. Okay, so we can start on another sprint. Should we stick to our 30 minutes, people? Palm tree. I guess that's a palm tree. The Christmas gift. So if we want to start our second sprint, you want to put a tree in there, Jen? It's hot. Definitely hot. Okie dokie. 30 minutes it is. Hi, Lizzie. How you doing? Happy holidays. We're getting ready to do a sprint now. We're just putting the tree up. If you want to join in, you may. I don't know if you do the forest app or not, but if you do, the code is in there. Quickly jumping up the thing on me. All right. I guess it's a cactus. That's cute. Merry Christmas to you, Lizzie. Melanie got distracted discussing Star Wars timeline details with her husband. Glad that happened before the sprint. Oh. Lizzie says, I wasn't planning on doing streams anymore, but I've been feeling kind of lonely, so I'm stopping by to see some of my favorite people for a while. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I understand feeling lonely. I've been all alone this holiday myself, so it is kind of, I figured I would have a stream to get some people together that may be like me with no one. So we're here. You can stay with us. Oh, been working on your sites all day and I don't know what to do because they're all flops. Oh, I'm sorry. Help if you could, if I could. I'm not sure that I could. Depends on what it is that you're trying to do. This is just a bad day. Hopefully tomorrow you'll feel better. Once the holiday is over, I hope to feel better. I know what it's doing to me. Anyone else want to join the Forest app before we start? Melanie's taking a break from social media until next weekend. I was going to include live streams in that, but I need some kind of human interaction. Well, there you go. Well, I'm glad you found us. I think everybody needs some human interaction sometimes. Lizzie says she has a writer site, a book blog, and a personal blog. I'm my only visitor. I don't know why I'm surprised. I've always been a major flop. Well, Lizzie, you need to let people know about your blog. I have blogs, and I don't know how you have your blog set up, but what you do is you go into the blogs of other people and you start following them. And a lot of people will follow you back. And that's my way of feeling. If somebody follows me, I follow them back. So I have a blog. I have 3 of them. And when someone follows me, I always follow them back. And if you go and start following people, say you're looking for people who are doing writing, put that in your search, bring up blogs on writing, and start following those people. And see how many people follow you back, and then you'll have visitors. It does help. Hi, Mama. Nice to see you. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever it is you celebrate. You don't know what everybody celebrates anymore. Let's see. Jen says live streams are different. Lizzie says I did promoting on a post on Pinterest. Didn't work. I might have to find new blogs. I'm telling you, Lizzie. And I agree, you're not a flop. Go into whoever you use. I use WordPress. I don't know who you do your blogs through. Do a search for writing blogs. And then actually go into these people's blogs, read their posts, like, subscribe, comment, and get people to know who you are, and they will come back and follow you. It takes some work, but you can do it. I know you can do it. Just spend some time. It's not impossible. I thought it would be impossible. It's not. So you can do this. Let's see here. Jen says, I think it's hard to keep a website going. I had one for a hot minute, but stopped paying for it. I'm bad at staying current on anything. I went through several websites that I started. The only thing that I do keep up is a blog, and I switched to blogging. And my current blog is at the top of the page there. That's my current blog. But I'm telling you, if you start following people, people will follow you. And if you comment, they'll comment back. You might have to put some time into it, but you can do it. So Mama writes, yeah, hard, same on the website. Generally, I have like 2 posts on mine. Melanie says, me too, Jen. I just launched my author site on Wix earlier this week after doing Squarespace for a while. It wasn't worth the $17 a month with how little I was using it. Melanie says, I also simplified it way down. This thing's jumping on me. Jen says, I had one through Vistaprint. That was nice, but I bailed. I'm not promoting my own stuff a whole lot right now. Lizzie says, I use Wix. Not many people use it. And I do not use Wix. I do not use Squarespace. I don't use any of them. I use WordPress. And I use WordPress as a blog. And I can use that to make a author website out of it. It doesn't have to be an actual website to promote your work. You can put your books on it. You can do all that stuff. I use WordPress. I've been with WordPress for 10 years. I prefer it to everything I've tried. And I have just a regular blog, and I set it up, and I believe the part I paid for this one, and think I can even do what do you call it? Newsletters. I can do newsletters, whatever. So I'm happy with WordPress. That's what I use. I've heard a lot of people talking about using Wix. I don't know much about it. I used to be a web designer. I hand coded all my websites. And these new sites now with the, they're all user-friendly, type in what you want and it appears. I'm not used to, because I hand-coded all my websites as a web designer. Jen says she likes something that's easy-ish. Melanie, everything else as far as updates that would be like blogs will be in my bi-monthly newsletters. Okay. Oops. I'm just feeling like since no one reads my blog, no one will buy my books, and boom, I'm a flop. You got to stop thinking that way. And no one may even know your blog exists. You have to get it out there. You have to, like I said, Start going to other people's blogs. Start reading their posts. Start posting comments on their blogs, and you will get people. And if you put your writing on there, put little bits of writing on there. I write short stories and stuff and put on my blog all the time. People will subscribe. You're not a flop. You just have to put some work into it, and it takes some time. And just take the time to do it. It's not just going to happen overnight. You do have to put some work into it. But I'm telling you, this works. It's how I did mine. That's how I build mine up. I go in and I read other people's blogs. I comment. I like. I subscribe. And boom, they subscribe to me. So you will get people if you take the time. You need to take time. I'm sorry, unfortunately, you do need to take the time. I write about creativity in different forms, from writing to art to journaling. You can, I don't know if it'll let you. You could try writing your URL on here. I don't know if it'll let you do it or not. But then others can go from here if they want to go check it out. Melanie says there's a lot of footwork that goes into building an audience from your work, and promote. Not to the point of annoying your social media followers, but enough that new folks. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Same thing I'm saying. You're going to have to put time into it. You can't just put something out there and expect them to come. You have to put time into it. Jen says she thinks this sounds wonderful, Lizzie. And it sounds like it could be useful, but you need to get the people there. And so you have to work on getting the people there. And I really think what I've given you as advice will work if you give it time. We'll see that you have a presence online. Okay, I think that goes to the one up above it. Okay. It got split in half. All right. Your people will find you. Make sure that you're putting in, I don't know how Wix works, but you want to make sure that you're putting in keywords too. Need keywords. Melanie says, Lizzie, that's something I would really enjoy. Also use hashtags if you're on Instagram and Twitter. It's not impossible, Lizzie. It just takes some time. And please, you're not a failure. Melanie says you definitely have an audience out there for what you cover. I agree. And Jen Mooning and Melanie, thanks. I really like the idea of it. I would start a YouTube channel, but I don't have the living situation for it right now. That definitely helps. YouTube is, I didn't think I was ever do anything on YouTube. I was surprised that I ended up doing that, and then I ended up doing these live streams. I didn't think I'd ever do anything like that. I figured the most I'd do would be the the blogging. Melanie says to Lizzie, there's always something you can build up to if you take it step by step. Build your audience on other platforms. Then when you can launch your channel, they'll flock to you. And Jen says, if you're passionate about it, do it, Lizzie. I agree. I agree with all of them. And always be your true, authentic self. Exactly. Do not be anybody but yourself. Lizzie says, I don't have money to buy a domain to get me on search results, so that's already tough. I have seen people use WordPress, the free version, selling their books. So it's not impossible. WordPress, and it's WordPress.com. You can get a free WordPress blog, and people use it. And I've seen them selling their stuff on there, even on the free version. They're not using domains. I have mine on domains, but as you can see up there, mine is www.tessadeanauthor.com. That's a WordPress site, but I paid for the domain. But you don't have to do that. You can still use the free WordPress.com site. And people, I was surprised how many people are on there with books using the free site. So you don't have to buy a domain to get on search results. You can get yourself out there. Let's see. This is skipping over. Melanie says, well, that's why you do your own promotions on your socials. Copy, paste links in your statuses. People will check it out. And she's speaking from experience. And I agree. I definitely agree. It didn't take me long. I started building my blog up. I've got thousands of, on all three blogs, several thousand people following me. And I built it up myself. I mean, I put in, stories and stuff on there for people to read. And, you got to have information on there that catch their interest, obviously. Is this to say? Lizzie says, I have a link on my Insta, but no one ever went to it. I just quit it today because I look like a 10-year-old who doesn't know how to work a camera or spell. Melanie, and again, you need to do more than just put your link in your bio. You need to drive home the point that you have something to offer a specific audience. She's right. She's right. Melanie says, write posts about recent blog entries and refer to your link. If you just keep the link in your bio, but you don't actively promote it, it will take longer. Definitely. Melanie says, same. I wish I could hug you as well, Lizzie. Your passion is definitely there. You just need to stop getting in your own way. External circumstances aside, there's always a way to get it done. Melanie says, but like Jen Rooney said, it doesn't happen overnight. No, it doesn't. And it's going to take time on your part and work. You can't just sit there, post a link, and hope they come. Whatever it is you're trying to do, you think of it as a business. You're the sales rep, and you need to convince your consumers that what you have to offer is worth their time. It'll happen. Jan says, just put your heart into it. I think that's what people see at the end of the day. Yeah, definitely. Yes, 100%. I agree with Melanie. And Jen. Lizzie says, I could do promo if I was actually allowed to have social media and download the apps. No way my parents would go for it. So that's 2.5 years of not being able to do promo. Okay, all right. We have a young writer here. That makes it a little harder. How old are you, Lizzie? That is a problem. So what you can do is, until you're allowed to get on the socials, is create, build up a backlog for yourself of various posts you want to cover. Melanie says, yes, that is a big obstacle for sure. Unfortunately, yes. If you're underage, you're definitely limited in what you can do. But as Melanie says, obstacles are meant to be overcome. Lizzie says, that's what I've been thinking, just creating. My main blog has a 2-post-a-week schedule. I still think, Lizzie, if you were to start following other blogs, commenting, liking, and following, you'll start to find people will follow you back if you've got something worth following. And sometimes they'll follow you just because you follow them. They won't even look to see what it is that you have. They'll follow you. But you want to, by commenting on something they've written, then most of the time they'll comment back and you get a dialogue going. And then you can like and follow and get started. I tell you, it works. Melanie says, and I see you in a variety of Authortuber live streams, so you already have an audience among us, and we are many. Yes, we are. Okay. Well, did anyone else want to join the Forest app before we start this stream? I know it's up there way far now because there's so many comments, but where is it? I'm not sure where it is. It's this one. There. That should be the tree. If you want to join before I start the timer. There's a room already. It's waiting. That's the code right there. Lizzie, you don't have to apologize. It's okay. We understand. We're rooting for you. And this is just a bad time of the year right now. Everybody's on edge. And yeah, I agree with Shadows there. I'm glad I visit other bloggers and read content as well. Yeah, it's been waiting a bit. I know, Jen. Okay, someone else is in there now. Okay. We all are family. We stick together. I totally feel you, Lizzie. I am not always so confident myself. Me either. I may look like I have it together, but I don't have it together. I swear every time I go to a stream now, it becomes about my problems. That's why I quit streams, really. Well, let me tell you, if you come over here, my stream, I am, as Jen will tell you, we do a lot of talking, and if that's what needs to be done, then that's what we do. We'll talk and help as much as we can. So if you're ever looking for somebody to talk to, come join us. Right, Jen? We have a lot of talk sometimes rather than streaming, but you know, talking and sprinting. We don't always sprint. Sometimes we do is if somebody needs to talk, we talk. So you can always come over here and we'll talk. Melanie nods. It's been tough this season for sure. Plus, with the new year coming up, we're in a strange limbo period of reflection and looking forward to something new. Jen says you should have heard me and Tessa this last week at Lizzie Lakes. Yes. So they said in here we do talk, and we talk serious talk. Serious. I mean, if you have a problem, we don't, you know, we talk about it. And it's not a problem. We'll stop the sprints and we'll talk about it. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Jen and I, we have conversations quite often. So if you need to talk, just come here and we'll talk. Yes, we went pretty dark that night. That was pretty dark. That was mainly my problems that we were discussing. It was my problems we were discussing. I was having a hard time. So, yeah. You can always come here and talk. Melanie says to Lizzie, it helps to get these things out in the open better than keeping it all bottled up until you become a volcano. Definitely. Lizzie says, I've been thinking hard about this year and how I almost developed depression, how close I was to crossing the line. I don't want to come close again. Well, I can understand that. As someone who suffers from not only depression, I suffer from bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder. I have a whole list of things I suffer from, and I can understand what you're going through. And like I said, Jen and I, we had a long talk the other night, very dark talk the other night. So we understand. And we'll be here for you. Jen says, totally. Jen says, that's half of it sometimes. Wow. A ton of comments here. At Lizzie Lakes, Melanie says, depression is something I do know a lot about. Been living with it and anxiety for years. Okay. See, there's a lot of us in here. If you ever need someone to talk to about those complicated feelings, I have anxiety. I have, like I said, I have bipolar disorder. I have depression. I have borderline personality disorder. I have ADHD. I have OCD, and PTSD. Let me tell you, I'm a powder keg. I'm a mess. Lizzie says that Melanie, yeah, it really does help. I don't talk to my parents about the creative side of things. Parents don't always understand that stuff. It's hard. We also know all about depression. Yes, all of us do. Ms. Melanie says, don't hesitate to reach out. Right with Melanie is my Instagram username for anyone who wants to follow me. I do believe I am following you. I'm not mistaken. I will write it down just in case. I'm pretty sure I am. So I think we've talked a couple times on Instagram. Yeah, I've got Twitter, but I don't do anything with it myself. I don't know. I just don't care for Twitter. Lizzie said to Jen Mooney, I didn't know things got so dark here. Oh, yes, my dear. Yes, they do. Not all the time. No, not all of the time. We don't do it all the time. Just when it needs to be. I self-harmed a few times this year, starting in June. I always think about killing myself, even though I don't want to. I don't know why I like being suicidal. Oh, Lizzie, I'm so sorry. Having been there, I will tell you this. I have been in the hospital 2 times for mental illness and for wanting to kill myself, and once for trying to kill myself. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. If you ever need to talk about it, I am also available. And I have self-harmed. I can understand that as well. I still do, but I don't cut myself. I tried that once. I didn't like it. But there are other things you can do that are self-harming, and I do that. So I can understand it. And if you want to talk, I am also available. Jen says I can already envision New Year's Day. Well, at least we can talk to each other and not have to write it all in the comments. Oh, heavens. Oh, man. Melanie says ADHD, OCD, agoraphobic. Oh, yeah, I'm agoraphobic too. Social anxiety on top of the major depressive and general anxiety disorders. Yep, hot mess right here. We all fit in together, all of us. We probably lost a couple people with this talk, and I'm sorry if we did. But sometimes it has to happen. If it needs to happen, it needs to happen. Jen says, I idealize suicide all the time. Lizzie Lakes. It is how I'm wired, but I can recognize the line and never cross that. It's just a thought in my head a lot. And it's a thought in my head and a thought that I tried to put into action. And my daughters had me committed. So I promised them I would never do that again. So if I get those thoughts, I go to the hospital and I tell them and that I need to be hospitalized for my own safety because I have tried it once already and I don't want to do it again. I really upset my family doing that. So Lizzie says, I don't have anything, just negative thoughts that can lead to daydreaming about suicide, even though I know I don't want to take my own life. You know, when I was younger, I thought the same thing, and I never thought I would do it, and I kept saying that. But as the older I got and the worse my problems got, and as I became an adult and I became a parent and all that stuff, you know, I was a wife and in an unhappy marriage, and things things got worse. So it's better to try and work through it at a younger age if you can, before letting it get too far out of hand. Melanie says, oh, hi, I'll have fleeting thoughts about suicide. I was in therapy for 2 months in September and October, and I've been off work since August because my mental health tanked due to the pandemic. Yeah, I lost my therapist a year ago, and at this point, I don't have one. I do have psychiatric drugs I take. I have a psychiatrist. Um, I can't live without the drugs, unfortunately. And, you know, that's the only thing keeping me under control at this point. So I think all of us here can understand what you're feeling. Let's see. Man, comments are coming fast and furious. Melanie says that busy days, as long as you have that separation that you know you really don't want to, it's what's important. Yeah. My parents think I might be mentally ill since I talk to myself as if I'm another person. I insult myself. I comfort myself. I have full-on conversations that I would have with another person with me. Oh, wow. Have you seen anybody, Lizzie? I mean, it wouldn't hurt if your parents are willing to let you see somebody to talk to, because they can't help you. You need somebody that is going to be impartial and talk to you and knows what they're doing. If it's possible, if they're thinking already that you might be mentally ill, maybe they'd be willing to let you see somebody and talk to somebody. It may not be a bad thing to do if you can. Get a start on it now before it gets worse. Melanie says I'm supposed to go back to work next month, but honestly, I really don't know if I'm ready to deal with the general public. I like being in my bubble. Yeah, I know that feeling. Shem says me too, to Lizzie. Lizzie says, Melanie, yeah, that helps me cut the thoughts out. They only really come when I get really upset over something big. Therapy day. That wasn't what I had planned for tonight. Oh. Melanie says that Lizzie Lake, psychiatrists and counselors are wonderful folks to have in your support system. It's better to go through the evaluation and figure out a treatment plan than let things build up. And I do agree with Melanie. That's what I was just saying. If you can get your parents to agree, since obviously you're still underage, if they will take you, you need someone to talk to other than your parents, because they're not going to be able to help you. You need somebody that has experience and is impartial. Lizzie says, I don't feel like a human. I feel like not human. I feel bad. And watching YouTube because these are creative humans that can do things better than me. You know, Lizzie, we all have our own feelings. I know right now I look like I'm together, but I'm barely holding myself together. And my psychiatrist knows this. And we're talking about possibly having to change my medication, which is not an easy thing to do. There's not many medications I can take. But I'm going through a very, very rough period. And I thoroughly understand what you're going through. And it's hard for me to hold myself together. And I don't have anybody anymore as a support system because my mom passed away. My dad had a stroke. My kids aren't much help. And the one child that is a help isn't around here. So I don't have the same backup system I had at one point. And I'm trying to deal with this on my own. And some nights I have really bad times, and Jen and I have discussions. Instead of sprints, we have discussions just to help me get through it. I also with Charlie. I've done a lot of talking with Charlie about these things. But you are a human, and you have feelings, and you need to have those feelings addressed. Melanie says the agoraphobia isn't that bad. It's mainly in the winter when we get bad snowstorms, because I had a horrible panic attack that led me to inpatient while driving home in a blizzard in 2018. Yeah, wow. I've had panic attacks that I've had to pull off the road for because I just couldn't do it any longer. I've had some in some pretty horrible situations that could have been real disasters if I wasn't so lucky. Panic attacks are nothing to sneeze at. It's not a contest, Lizzie, but I do the same thing sometimes, Jen says. Jen says, I learned to write just for me and put what I feel out there. It will fall into place. How about writing? Do you journal? Do you write about your feelings? I don't know if that will help. It helps some people. I didn't particularly like journaling, but my therapist insisted I had a journal. And she had to read it. And I wasn't too happy with all that. But some people do journal and find it relaxing. Melanie says to Lizzie, we are our own worst critics. I do the same thing as well, but I've shifted to try to incorporate the habits of those successful folks, and it's really helped me. Of those successful folks, and it's really helped me. Yeah, I agree with that. And these comments, there's a million of them here. Lizzie, I was watching videos about people using iOS 14 today, and I felt bad about the way I designed my phone with pictures of me and my sister at Disney World, while other people use pastel colors. I don't understand that one. You can design your phone any way you want. I don't think the pastel pictures make a difference. I mean, my kids have pictures on their phones, you know, of their family and stuff, and I am not sure I understand that one. There's nothing wrong with that. Jen says being creative often sucks in that way. Nellie says to Lizzie, but everyone can use pastels. Not everyone has memories at Disney World with a sibling. Could Good advice. Very good. I didn't think of that. Good job. Lizzie says, there's so many videos I used to love I don't watch anymore because they remind me I'm not humane enough to be classified as a creative person. Oh, Lizzie. It's only in your own mind that you're doing this. People aren't telling you that you have no creativity, are they? I mean, if somebody's doing that, it's not right. You shouldn't be doing that. If it's in your own head, you need to try. I know it's not easy because I go through periods where I think I'm nothing and, you know, I don't deserve to live. And I really, yeah, have you considered therapy? I really do agree with Jen on this one. Lizzie says to Melanie, that is so true. I never really thought about it that way. Could we go at least twice a year? You've got memories. You've got lovely memories. And there's nothing wrong with you displaying those happy memories. I've got just plain, I don't put nothing on my phone. It's just plain old pastels, I guess, as you would call it. But that's just because I don't have anything that I want to put on there. Technically. Plus, I don't know how to. So, I mean, I have a smartphone. It's smarter than I am. Oh, my goodness. Can't keep up with all this. Melanie says, so Lizzie, that tells me that you need to speak with someone like a counselor and work on why you feel the need to conform and what's holding you back from being you. Okay, good. Lizzie says to Jan, I was forced into it after I got suspended over a stabbing joke about my classmate in 6th grade. She quit on me without warning. I guess we're talking about a therapist. Melanie says, yes, there you go. I haven't been to Disney since I was 16, almost 20 years ago now. I went a few years ago, and I'm in my 60s. I never went as a child. I have no memories of any of that kind of stuff. My parents didn't have any money, so we didn't do anything. Shan Mooney says, maybe try again. I think you need to, I think you do need to try and get another therapist. Yeah. Jen says it might take a bit to find the right one, but once you do, you can talk about all of this, and they will talk to you, and they will not talk to your parents. They will not tell your parents what you say. They're not allowed. Lizzie Lake says, my sister has a delay, so I also don't feel like I have a real sister because she can't understand what I'm saying or handle any noises. She wears headphones in all our pictures and looks lost. I'm sorry. That can be difficult. Melanie, alright, work. I'm customer service for a major insurance company. My short-term disability runs out in February. I may have to switch to long-term through my health insurance. My disability started as physical and ended up being both physical and mental. I'm on disability, Social Security for both because I was on the very edge, just barely holding on at my job, and then the physical part got so bad I had to go out, and just in time before I had a full-on breakdown in work, thank God, I got out of there on time. That was 10 years ago. I haven't worked for the last 10 years. I was in customer service for a bank. It's terrible. Shadows Lair says to Lizzie, I am autistic, and I do the whole talk to myself. Don't worry about what they think. Don't let normal people steal your unique personality. Now, there you go. Listen to the Shadows Lair. Thank you. Thank you for joining in. Melanie to Lizzie, that is a lot, but still she is your sister and you build beautiful memories with her. The Shadows Lair says also therapists can be great to navigate through tough points of life. I miss mine. It's been a year now, and I really do miss mine. It's been rough without. Melanie says to Lizzie, you also have to realize that you are still young and growing and learning about the world. You'll find your way. Melanie says, I can only take Zoloft. I've upgraded from 50 to 100 milligrams in just this year alone. We tried adding Abilify when I was being assessed for bipolar 2, but it messed with me. Abilify was one of the worst medications I ever took. I went to work and I didn't know what was wrong. Something was happening, and my employer, after my fellow employees went and got them, took one look at me and said, you have got to go home and go to the doctor because something is definitely wrong. And I didn't know what was going on because I couldn't see anything wrong. I only had what they told me, and I knew something was weird, but I didn't know what it was. And so Abilify was one of the worst ones I ever took. But I've tried all those, the different antipsychotics, the newer stuff. I've also been on lithium. Another horrible medicine. Right now, the one I'm taking is an older one. My antidepressant and my antipsychotic are both older medications. I can't tolerate this new stuff that they're putting out. And Abilify was the worst one out there. Melanie says, oh, Tessa, I can't imagine how difficult that must be. It's horrible. It's been horrible all my life. I started this as a child, and back in the 50s, nobody talked about mental illness. Nobody knew to get me help. Hugs, thank you. Nobody knew. So I went through until I was in my 30s and had a breakdown before I even found out anything about mental illness. And that started my rounds of therapy, psychiatrists, and medications. Oh, it's been horrible. The Shadows Lair. Man, Lizzie's comments really do remind me of a young me, like all those confused emotions I had before finding out they diagnosed me autistic. Yeah, and it's a shame when they don't know when we're young. They aren't able to start when we're young, and it's a lot harder. Lizzie says, I just wish my sister was functional. She's getting really to the point where she rocks her body in public, makes weird faces, and can't handle hearing any noise. I mean any noise. I'm sorry, Lizzie. I'm not as familiar with that particular Lizzie says she doesn't even want to run with me anymore because there are noises, and Mommy says I can't wear my headphones. She almost got hit by cars so many times because she doesn't pay attention. Well, when she needs to. I am so sorry, Lizzie. Melanie said the first cop I'd called for help didn't know how to handle the situation. I was hyperventilating, telling him I was terrified to drive. He wanted me to follow him to the exit ramp. Oh, God, yeah. I know what you're feeling there. Holy cow, this thing's just going like crazy. I pulled back over and called 911 again. The second officer was wonderful, so patient and kind. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, man. Lizzie says writing is important because it helps. I love journaling. I am doing it since 4th grade. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're journaling. I hope that it helps you now, especially. Melanie says to Lizzie, it sounds like if your sister wants to run with you, that a parent should be with you both. She can't be your responsibility. You're her sibling, not her parent. Good advice. Writing is such great therapy, Jen says. Yes, it is. Melanie says, dude, my novel saved my sanity at the beginning of the lockdown back in March, and I was already quarantined for 9 days before the state lockdown. Jen says, I act as a listener on a website, and I urge everyone to write or find a way that soothes them. Lizzie says to Melanie, our mom comes with us to make sure she stays safe. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad they're not expecting you to take care of her. This is not your responsibility. You're still a child yourself. Jen said, I wrote my book when I was in IOP. Yeah. I didn't even write when I was doing that. I couldn't. Melanie says, I can tell that you're afraid of listening to Jen Mooney. Melanie says to Lizzie, ooh, okay, that is great. IOP, that was my October. I did a PhD stint in October. I did all that stuff. Thank God it's been, I don't know, let's see, my mom was still alive. So it's been over 7 years since I had 2 stints in full hospitalization, then partial hospitalization. And the other one, I forget what it stands for. Yeah, I forget what it stands for. Lizzie says, my books help me get through hard times. I love creating a world and making it real. That's great. And it's probably great therapy for you as well. Now, I said, whoops, PHP was in September. Yeah, partial hospitalization. Done all that stuff. The last time I got diagnosed as bipolar disorder 1 with psychosis because I was seeing things. It was bad enough I wanted to kill myself, but I was seeing things as well. And so my family called the ambulance. So they said there's no way they were getting in a car with me. They weren't going to bring me to the hospital because they didn't know what I was going to do. I was like totally out of it. I was yelling about the people outside my window, and I'm on the 2nd floor, and the yellow, purple monster things, and I was not in a very good place. And they called the ambulance. They said, we're not driving you to the hospital because all we need is for you to go to berserk on us. So I had to go by ambulance. Lizzie says it's just that everyone is aesthetic on YouTube and on Insta and Pinterest, and I'm not. I'm just random and go with the flow. No, I try to go with the flow if I can. Melanie says that's the issue I was having with my bullet journaling. I was trying to make it all aesthetic and cutesy like all the Bujo artists. I started hating it because it wasn't working for me. Yeah, I just got my first bullet journal, and I don't know if I'm going to do it or not going to do it. But I got one. And they were talking about, the difference between the, minimalist and the people that have to be all cutesy and drawing in it and make it all, pretty and whatnot, Melanie says, I said, what am I trying to compare my artistic style with someone else? I need this planning system for me. And ever since I had that shift in perspective, I've been loving my Bujo. Good. That's great. I'm still trying to decide what to do about it. I got one. I started it, but I'm not sure what to do about it. Lizzie Sitlake says that, Melody, when I start my journal, I'll do it my way. Yeah, you do it your way. You do it. You go, girl. Melanie says to Lizzie, that makes me happy. I'm excited for you. You are a super creative person. You're going to help so many people. Melanie says, even with these types of conversations, it helps us to share our experiences, especially with someone who is younger, because it acts as a release for us. Yeah. So sometimes I worry a little bit about getting too dark when they're younger. Gotta remember, she's not an adult yet. It's the only one thing that's a little worrisome. Lizzie got a journal today just for Disney World. It's pastel pink with the different colored butterflies, and I love it. It fits me perfectly. That sounds beautiful, Lizzie. Lizzie says, I definitely needed this today. My friends still haven't texted me back. I'm sorry, your friends haven't texted you back. And like I said, if you ever need anything, you can contact me. You can contact me by email. You can contact me by Instagram. It's all in below my videos. The information is below my videos. You can come on here like we're doing tonight. We don't usually mind. Some people mind and leave, but those of us who actually care stay and do. Melanie says, I'm so sorry, Lizzie. It's super tough when you need the event, but people aren't available. We got you. Maybe I can work on photo edits for 2021 for my backgrounds. That sounds like fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Good job. Melanie says, heck, I'm in my late 30s and I'm still finding my way. I'm serious. I'm almost 65 and I'm still dealing with stuff that's, been in my life all my life. It's been a long life. Between the chronic pain and the mental issues, I've had a long, long life of misery. But I'm still here, still plugging away. Jen said I had to step away, guys. Okay. I'm sure that I missed a lot. Yes, the comments are flying. Melanie says to Jen, hugs, it's all right. It's a tough talk. Jen says, I take Abilify to sleep, but it doesn't always work. Now see, when I took Abilify, I could not sleep. They would not even allow me to sleep. It was just one of many issues. I couldn't talk. I was talking garbled words. That's why my boss sent me home. They said, you're not even making sense. I mean, it sounded okay to me, but they were all looking at me like I had horns growing out of my head. And they sent me home and said, go to your doctor now. Something's not right. And that was Abilify. I can't do it. There's so many medications I just can't do. Shan says, not because of that, Melanie. My daughter wanted to show me something. Melanie, oh, there we go. Melanie said, I've had a lot of mental health systems since childhood, but wasn't properly diagnosed until I was 2018 after that panic attack in the snowstorm, and I went to inpatient for the first time. I was in my 30s when I got diagnosed. But I had bipolar when I was a baby. I had anxiety as a baby. I was on tranquilizers as an infant. My mother was putting tranquilizers in my bottles. That's how bad I was. Pretty bad when you're an infant getting a tranquilizer in your bottle. And then the rest of my childhood, she wandered around after me with a little white pill. And whenever anything happened, which would be traumatic for me, she'd be there with that little pill. Here, dear, come on, take it. Take your pill. Just to calm me down, because she knew I was going to go off into whatever. Traumatized. Everything traumatized me. That was my childhood, and the bipolar started when I was a few years old, which is unusual. It doesn't usually start that early, but I got it early, and then I got hit with the borderline personality disorder. And I have, besides the severe anxiety, I have panic attacks. Like I said, the OCD, the PTSD. It's just, and you can only medicate so much. I mean, there's only so much medication you could take. Lizzie says, you guys made me feel so much better. Thank you for all opening up and sharing your stories. You're welcome, Lizzie, and I hope we can help you. People are typing faster than I can keep up with. Melanie says, sometimes doctors do know when kids have mental illness, but they pump them full of the antidepressants, psychotics, and the side effects make things worse. I had problems with my son who has bipolar disorder and severe rage, and I took him and they put him on drugs, and he said, and he went to some therapy, and he said, I won't do that anymore. And of course, I wasn't, as a parent, wasn't allowed to know what was going on, you know, because they protect their privacy. So, you know, I don't know what was going on with him, aside from having bipolar, which that much I was allowed to know that he had, obviously. He had it. But so I could get him help. But to this day, he won't take medications. Melanie says to Lizzie, I'm so glad this helped. Like I said earlier, it helped me too. I think it helps everybody. I find talking does great. Jen says the stream is good for feeling better. Lizzie makes. Yes. Yes. The stream, we work at this. And if that's what somebody needs, then that's what somebody needs. Writing can wait. It's not a big deal. You are important, and we're going to help you as best as we can. Lizzie says, my sister has a developmental delay. Her speech and comprehension is held back. It's sad being around toddlers because they talk clearer than her. I'm sorry. Melanie says to Lizzie, the fact that you see how helpful writing is at such a young age is going to carry you far. Lizzie says, I remember it being 2010 and being excited that I was going to be a big sister. Little did I know. So sorry. Melanie says it can still be great. You play an important part in your sister's life, even if she may not be aware. You can still make a difference for her. Melanie's right. Good advice. Lizzie says Catherine was the cutest baby when she was born. I remember getting excited for her when she could talk clearly. But 10 years have come by and that still hasn't happened. Jen is asking how old is Lizzie? I don't think she ever said. Lizzie's 15. Oh, even younger than I thought. Lizzie says 4 years, 11 months, and 8 days older than my sister. Oops, look at me using the incorrect suffix on that one. Jen says, oh, you sweet girl, that is a tough age. It is tough. Without having those kind of problems, it's tough. Definitely. I hated being a teenager. It's awful. Intensive outpatient therapy. That's it. I couldn't remember what that was. Jen says, I adore that you are here talking about this. Thank goodness people are open to talking about this stuff now. When I was 15, it wasn't like this. Nor was it when I was, even when I was 30, they had problems talking about it. I mean, it's getting better now, but still doesn't get talked about as much as it should. It's still a stigma to many people. Jen said I did PHP this last year in March. It's been about 8 years since I had to do that. Lizzie says I just blurt so many things out, and since I spiral a lot, I have problem with my mind on my roll venting. Well, you can say anything here. We're all okay with it. Melanie says she's done the same thing, Lizzie. She spirals too. Lizzie says, but I don't want to pretend that I'm perfect. People do that all the time, and that's not me. I'm real, as I like to say. Well, that's what I say. And that's why I tell people I'm very laid back. And if they want to talk in my live stream instead of sprinting, that is fine with me. We can talk about whatever needs to be talked about. I advocate for mental health, and I do as much as possible to help people when I can. I have talked my share of people out of suicide, having done it, tried to do it myself. Thank God I did not succeed. And my family stepped in and had me committed. Made me understand that I wasn't just hurting myself, that I would be hurting them as well. And I didn't want to do that to my family. But that doesn't mean I don't think about it. There are some days I think about it. I still think about it. But if it gets to the point that I can't get it out of my mind, then I have to go to the hospital because I can't take a chance. Spirals are rough. Jen thinks you're a smart girl, Lizzie. Melanie says, yes, you absolutely are. And trust me, when you are able to make your stuff searchable, people will want to see uniqueness versus what everyone else is doing. Yeah, definitely. Busy, thanks, Jen. Melanie says, I agree. I remember the first time I met you, Busy Lakes. I think it was in one of Sarah's streams. I was like, oh, she's super mature. And when I found out you were under 18, I was like, what? It's quite a compliment. Lizzie says to Melanie, part of me wants to be like everyone else, but really, I don't want to lose part of me in the process of it. I like my uniqueness and my quirks. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with being unique and having quirks. I mean, if we were all the same, think how boring it would be. Sarah's dream. You will be an inspiration for many. When people see how comfortable you are in your own skin, others will want to know your secret so they can do it themselves. Very good, Melanie. Jen says, don't ever lose yourself. I kind of enjoy being wired differently, but I've had years to adjust to it. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want to be different. Maybe a little bit. Especially when I'm in the middle of a panic attack or an anxiety attack. Maybe I would like to be a little different. But, yeah. I am who I am. And that's just it. Melanie has a pencil case that says stay weird on it. I got it in my early 30s. I've embraced my weird and my close friends love me for it. Very good. Jen says, I'll happily give you my info to talk as well to Lizzie Lakes. Melanie says, hugs to everyone. Hugs back. Jen says, 50 next year, and I'm a hot howling mess. I'm about to turn 65 next year, and I'm a hot howling mess. Oh, man. You can survive with this stuff, believe it or not, Lizzie. It may seem horrible now because you're so young, but having lived with it all these years, well, you can make it through it. You can do it. You can do it. Hugs back. Melanie stares at Jen Mooney's pic. What? I'm shook it. Shook it. Jen says, oh, thanks, Melanie. I think that pic is minus all filters, too. Those are rare. Lizzie says, I have a blog post coming out tomorrow on how we can make this year better than the last for who we are on the inside and finding the root of internal conflict. Sounds interesting. Melanie says, that's why I stopped the Abilify after 2 doses. It made my sleeping issues even worse than they are. Continue drinking her coffee at almost 10 p.m. I don't drink coffee. I don't get a lot of caffeine, but I have enough trouble sleeping. And with the Abilify, there was no sleep. And back the doctor, I told him, I says, I am not sleeping, not at all. And he took me off it and he put me on something trying to make me sleep. And even that medicine would not put me to sleep. I was a mess. So that got out of my system. I was a big mess. Lizzie, I'm hoping to follow my own steps. You will. Oh my goodness. I want your blog link. Let's see if you can post it in here. I'm not sure if it'll let you. I love how I can be all philosophical 1 minute and next use words like sugar. Gotta go. My dad is obsessing over some music artist. Bye, everyone. Thanks for the love again. You're welcome, Lizzie. Hope to see you again. Molly says that is horrible. Lizzie was bullied too when I was younger all the way through high school. I still carry a lot of that torture with me, but I try not to give it too much attention. Oh yeah, I was bullied through high school too. It was horrible. Awful. Hi, Lizzie. Take care, Lizzie Lakes. Thank you for chatting with us. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Melanie says, I'm getting to the point where I just need to embrace my insomnia, and if I'm up all night, I'm up all night. I don't need caffeine to be up till 4:30 a.m. I sleep when I can sleep. I just try to grab it when I can because Jen agrees. I can't sleep on a normal schedule. I grab it when I can grab it. Melanie says, I'm not on a schedule right now. I should put myself on one, but that also messes with my ability to focus because I should just go with the flow while I can. That's what I do. Since I'm not working and everything, I sleep when I feel like sleeping. Jen works a ton, lives on caffeine. Oh my gosh, I got to the end of the comments. I didn't think I was ever going to get there. Holy cow. Oh man, my hand. Oh, I'm past my medication. I'm wondering, my hands are so sore. I can barely move my fingers. I was wondering why I was hurting so much. It's past my medication time. I was so busy chatting on here. It's a shame. There is so much So much mental health issues out there that need to be addressed, and so many of them aren't. And I just feel so bad. I try to do what I can to help. That's why I said I don't mind. Yeah, I made it. I I don't mind um, if we have conversations on here. If somebody needs to talk, because like I said, I definitely am an advocate for mental health. And if I can do something to help somebody, I will. I definitely will. If that means, we talk about it on here, we talk about it on here. It's fine with me. Melanie says, if I force myself to work on my writing or freelance stuff or housework when I'm not in the right mindset, I'll just isolate and sleep. Yeah, I tend to do that a lot, unfortunately. I like to sleep to what's the word? Not hide my problems. Get away from my problems. Like sleeping. When I'm sleeping, I don't. You know. No, I'm gonna go take it. I'll be right back, but I'm gonna go take it because my hands are so sore now I can barely move. Yeah, Jen's a ghostwriter. She writes a lot of romance stories. That girl. I'll be right back. Oof. Oh wow. Let's see. Natalie's an editor. Oh, line editing. Oh, I don't know the difference between all the editing. I edit my own stuff because I can't afford editors. Yeah, I think ghostwriting might be fun, but she's also, under someone else's eye and she has to fulfill their requirements. So she's not really writing her own. And she has a full-time job to boot. uh, she's off all week, so writing is the name of the game. Now she contracted with two clients. One is a small press, and they brought me on as developmental editor for fantasy authors, and the other is an entrepreneur. I'll eventually be her full-time in-house editor and administrator. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, she's been working hard, working full-time and writing all these stories. She's on most of my streams, writing all night long. Jen says she plans to write full-time someday too. It's my dream to just freelance and publish. I had that dream once. Nellie says I'm often willing to swap services too for those who can't afford it. It's not cheap. Yeah, I've seen some of the prices that some of these people charge, and I'm like, I can't afford that. So I'm planning on selling my work. I'm posting it on my blog because I can't mess with my income because I'm on Social Security disability and I have extra help with my Medicare and stuff. I have Medicaid through the state. I can't mess with my income, so I can't sell my book. So all I can do is post it on my blog. Jen talks about retiring next year when I hit 20 years at my job. Well, you can hope. You cross your fingers. Maybe it'll work. Who knows? Who knows? And who knows what next year will bring? Yeah, 20 years at one job. I never made 20. I was laid off from so many jobs in my lifetime. It isn't funny. It's crazy that you've been there that long. I mean, it just hasn't happened that much any longer to stay at one job that long. Melanie says, normally I work full time and do all the other stuff on the side. I'd love being off from work. My psychiatrist says recommended disability for me because of my job history. I've been on disability 10 years now. And now I'm on Medicaid to boot because I can't make it. And I've got so many medical issues that my kids want me in a nursing home. And I qualify according to the state to be in a nursing home. So this is a special Medicaid program designed for people who qualify to be in a nursing home but want to stay in their own home. And so I get an aide that comes out and helps me. No, Jen, I can't. I can't publish my book. I can't risk losing my benefits. And if I make too much and lose my benefits, I'm going to be, and I wouldn't be able to afford my medication or anything. So at this point, I'm not planning on publishing it. It's going to be on my blog. If it gets to the point that I lose my benefits and I'm looking for something, I can change and go ahead and try publishing it. But as of right now, I can't publish it. Can't take the chance. Now I got started in fall 2019, and I've had a handful of clients. All of them landed through marketing my services and building a network on Instagram and Twitter. So Tessa, thank you for pointing that out about the income. That is good to know. Oh yeah, I'm on I get a small income from Social Security disability, larger than a lot of people, because I did work a good bit. So it's a lot of people make a lot less than I do, but it's still not a lot enough to live on. And then I have all these medical problems, and because of my low income, because it is low, and I live in public housing, so my rent is only 30% of my adjusted gross income, and that's after they take all my medical bills out. So I don't pay much for rent. I'm in public housing. Not the best place in the world, but it could be worse. And there are benefits out there that I qualify because I'm so low income. But if I go over that, I would lose them all. And then I would not be able to pay for like my medications or anything. They would, I would lose all that. So it's like I can't take a chance and publish and have it, actually do good and push me over the income level and lose all my benefits. So I don't, I don't plan on trying. I mean, it would be interesting to find out how it would do, but I can't take the chance because I can't lose my benefits. And this will, this Medicaid will also pay if I do have to go in a nursing home. It will pay for it. So I get a lot of benefits because of my low income. And that's one of the things about disability. It is, unless you, I mean, I think there's a limit anyhow to how high you can go. Like my ex-husband would get a lot more than me because he made like twice what I made, you know, 2 times the amount of money I made. He would make more than I would get. I mean, he still wouldn't get as much as what he gets for, by working, of course, because I'm pretty sure there's a limit on how high you can go. But there is, thankfully, programs out there that I didn't know about. So, it, you know, it helped that. It does help me. And the fact that I'm already qualified by the state as needing nursing home care, that, you know, if something else happens and I can't take care of myself, my kids are going to put me in that nursing home. I mean, they already want me in there. And they don't like me living alone. And things have happened that I shouldn't be here alone. The doctors don't like that I'm alone either. Shan says she works on a site called Upwork, and it's busy for me. Upwork. I don't know what Upwork is. It would be silly to leave at this point. It gets stressful a lot. Chat to Jen. Oh my God, what is your secret? I submit so many proposals, and I've had a couple of scammers reach out, but that's it. Gee, what did I do? Jumped over again. Yeah, poor me. This has been poor me all my life. I'm sorry too. Thank you guys. You know, I'm tough. I'll survive. Life sucks. I'll be the first to admit that. But I'm strong. I've had chronic pain all my life. I've had mental issues all my life. And I'm still here at the age of almost 65. So I'll make it. But thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. Melanie, I'm so glad you have those services available for you. Me too. Me too, because I'll tell you something. My insulin alone is like $400 for, I think, 90 days. And my just one of my nebulizer medicines is $1,500 a month. I don't even make $20,000 a year. I don't even make $17,000 a year. So there's no way I could put that. And that's just some of my medications. That's not all of them. I have a ton of them. They cost a ton of money. And thank God I get extra help. And I didn't know about it. Thank God when I applied for something through the state, they checked a bunch of stuff, and then they started sending me all these benefits. And then when I went in the hospital and came out, they sent me a social worker, and she told me about the Medicaid program for the nursing home and, you know, It's a special program. It's not, my dad's on Medicaid to pay for his nursing home, but it's a whole nother thing. And so I said, but I don't qualify. I looked at Medicaid. I don't qualify. They said, it's a whole different income level. So I was looking at it the other day, and it's a higher level for this program I'm on. It's the only reason I qualify for it, or I'd be in real trouble right now. Because I'm busy trying to live on what little bit of money I make, which isn't much. Government isn't paying me a whole heck of a lot. But these benefits do help me survive. So, you know, luckily I found out about them. And I went ahead and applied for the Medicaid, though I thought for sure if she was kidding me. When they said I qualified, I was like, what? And then I found out I got a letter plus saying I qualified also for nursing home care. So like it shouldn't be a problem if I should say when, not if, when the time comes that I have to go to a nursing home. Most of that should be, it's already part of the program. So hopefully it won't be as big a deal. My daughter is my authorized representative. So, see, Jen says, I think I got on at the right time. I worked hard to get good feedback and a good score there, and I don't even bid anymore. I get invites. I'm not sure what we're talking about now. I lost track of the conversation. I've been fired from two full-time positions between 2014 and 2016 because I missed too much work due to my untreated anxiety, depression at the time. I got into a lot of trouble because of my different problems. And it was funny. I didn't really think too much about it. It wasn't until the Social Security sent out a psychiatrist because my psychiatrist was not being helpful. And he evaluated me and he was asking me about work. And I'm like, no, I didn't have any problem with work. I was a great employee of it. And then he started questioning me more. And I thought, oh my God. I said, you know, I had one supervisor say to me, she grabbed me by the arm because I was crying. She did something and I was crying. And she drags me into the office of the whatever's above supervisor, whatever the heck he was, department head or whatever. And she says, you've got to do something with her because I can't deal with this. Every time I look at her, she cries. I'm like, I didn't think about that being an issue. It was an issue. And then I'm always daydreaming. And every single one of my things, I'm a great employee, but she is always daydreaming. And I'm like, oh yeah, I am always daydreaming, aren't I? I didn't think anything of it. But it was a problem at work. And I was about to be fired from my last job I got laid off from. But they had a layoff just at that time. And so instead of making it nasty, she decided to just lay me off instead of firing me. She let me have my unemployment. That was very nice of her. But I think she was probably, because I was doing really good and then something happened and I just was falling down the rabbit hole and I was gone. And I was doing terrible and I wasn't doing my job right. And I started out so great and I got praised and I got raises and I got all this stuff. And then something happened and I just couldn't deal with life and all those medications weren't helping. And yeah, unfortunately, it was a problem. And I got fired from one job because I said I believe in quality rather than quantity. They wanted quantity. I said, but I don't spend half the next day fixing my work because I do it right the first time. They'd rather that I had higher numbers because it looked better, even though the other people spent half the next day fixing their work. I said, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not compromising myself. I'm doing my work right the first time. I am not going to compromise myself. So I got fired for that. I've had my fair share of scammers though, so instinct is key for me there. Melanie says, I have a tough time with solid 40-hour-week jobs. I feel like it's not for me. I honestly also try to work it for someone else. Melanie says, even when my friend brings me full-time as her editor admin, she keeps driving home the point that I'm not going to be her employee because we are a team. Guess that's good. Melanie says she also has, and you also have a roof over your head because of the benefits you have assistance if when you need. Yes. Yes, they do. Thank God somebody was watching out for me. Jen says, I feel that way to Melanie, but I am supporting my family with the benefits and all of that adult nonsense. And Melanie says, Jen, yeah, I'm still keeping my 40 hours because my husband and I would barely survive on his income, and he's making decent money. If we didn't have high car notes, I think we'd be okay. Might want to rethink those high car notes. If possible, some way. Jan, I grumble many mornings when the alarm goes off. Where do you live, Melanie? Jen wants to know. Melanie, my husband and I used to fight about how I would hate going to work at the job I was fired from in 2014. I worked at Nationwide Insurance for about 2 years, but I held out because I had to. I worked at many jobs I hated because I had to. It didn't help my mental state at all. Melanie is up near Cleveland. Okay, you're in the middle-ish of the country, I guess. I'm in the eastern. I'm in New Jersey. Jen's in California. Melanie says, that must be so tough, Tessa. I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you. It's tough. Melanie, that's wonderful about the invites. Jen says it is a freelance website. Oh, okay. I'm not looking forward. I don't need to go there. Jen's in Northern California, which is like the most expensive state in the world. I can't imagine the cost of living out there. New Jersey's pretty bad. We're one of the highest in the state, in the United States. When I worked at Nationwide, we did down in Columbus, and the cost of living between there and Cleveland is insane. Excuse me. Sorry, I got the hiccups now. Melanie says, you and my mama are around the same age. She just turned 65 this year. Okay, I just turned 64 in October. So I'll be 65 next October. I mean, I'm not young, but I'm not old either. That's part of the problem. My kids want me to go to a nursing home. I'm like, but I'm only in my 60s. I wouldn't be able to do anything but sit in that bed and watch TV all the time. That's what my dad does. He's 88 years old and he's in a nursing home with a stroke. I said, you know, I'm not ready for that, but that's what my kids want me to do because they don't want to worry about me. They can't have me live with them, so their answer is to put me in a nursing home. My son is against that, by the way. My two daughters are fighting for me to go to a nursing home. Thank you, Jana. I am strong, and I have to keep telling myself that sometimes because I can't remember it when I'm really suffering. Life sucks. Yes, Melanie, life sucks. Yep, once I stop being really positive about every situation, toxic positivity is a thing, y'all, and got real about things and help balance me out. Yeah, life sucks. It really does suck. And I've known that for a long time now. And you know what? It doesn't get any better the older you get. It sure does not get any better. Jen says that makes sense. I was a great employee when I showed up. You know, I had illusions that I was this great employee. And honestly, I don't know. I guess I just like forgot those things that I did that were wrong. Because I was a good employee. And when I was a good employee, I got all this, you know, compliments and stuff. But when I was, you know, I just kind of forgot about the bad employee part. I didn't want to say, yeah, I was a bad employee. That was terrible. But, you know, oh my gosh. It's terrible. But that's not enough. No, it's not enough. That's how I was with a new supervisor who joined my team at the job. I was at earlier this year that I quit because I was so stressed out there and under so much pressure. Oh, well, that's good at least. Oh, this is so relatable. Really. Melanie nods. I understand that. That was my viewpoint when I worked at collections from fall 2015, spring 2016. That's the second job I got fired from. I did what I was supposed to procedural wise. But I wasn't bringing in enough payments. Yeah. That really made me mad. I mean, you know, them telling me that I had 100% quality, which to me was important. And they told me it wasn't good because I didn't have the numbers. Now, I did the same amount of work, but I did my work in one day and got it right. And they did half the next day fixing all their mistakes. So then they had half a day to work to do the next set of mistakes that they could fix the next day. And I still don't understand that one at all. I don't get it at all. I see we've lost everybody now. It's just the three of us. But I wasn't going to compromise. I said, I can't do it. I am not compromising myself. I believe in quality, and that's what you get from me. And if that's not good enough, then so be it. It wasn't good enough for them, so be it. We've already decided that if I do go on disability, we'll sell my Jeep. Well, that's good. You got a plan in place. Good. I call us the fake Midwest. Okay. Jen says the invites are great, but I sabotage my business a lot. Melanie says I actually have a friend who lives in Camden, and she shared some horror stories. Oh, Camden, yes. Oh my God, this is the most horrible city in the state of New Jersey. Well, Newark might be pretty bad too, but that's up north. In South Jersey, Camden is one place I don't ever want to be. Ever. Oh, man. Oh, I'm October 11th. Day apart. Melanie says, at least once a month I hear my mom say this getting home thing sucks. Yeah, it does. I'm in so much pain right now. It isn't funny because everything aches, and taking the pain a little later, that pain pill a little later, isn't helping much. And everything hurts right now. It's just like this whole thing really sucks. And I have fibromyalgia on top of everything else. As if we don't have enough issues. I have degenerative disc disease. My spine has very few discs left in it. It's mostly bone on bone. So my back is killing me. All my joints are full of arthritis. And then I have fibromyalgia. I am such a mess. It isn't funny. That makes no sense. I'm not sure what that is. I've actually heard Camden's one of the worst cities in the country. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Don't doubt it at all. Yeah, we're almost birthday twins. Yep, I'm a fellow Libra. That's why you're so laid back and able to view different situations from all sides. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Oh no, that sounds awful. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you. The quality quantity thing. Yep. Yep. Sucks. Really does. Still makes me mad after all these years. You know, I just can't believe. And it's not the first time I've ran into something similar to that. Not sure if you're big into astrology, but I'm a Libra with Taurus rising and a Sagittarius moon, meaning I'm indecisive as you know what. But once I do make up my mind, well, I am basically the same way. I cannot make up my mind, but when I do make up my mind, it has to happen then, now, exactly at that point, and I don't want to wait. And it's like once I make up my mind, it's gonna happen, and good luck getting me to change it. I get it. I get it. It's like when I was starting here, it's like, oh, I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I'm not going to do this, And I said, oh hell, I'm going to do it. So I started, and then I was doing the thing with the, whether I was going to do an actual live stream. I was like, oh, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. Oh, yes, I'm going to do that. And I immediately, I had to do it right then and there. It's like, no, once I make up my mind, that's it. I'm done for. My husband always tells me to be patient, kind of like what we were saying to Lizzie earlier. Well, we were trying to help her. Unfortunately, she's going to have to go through it. Unfortunately, just like we did. Yeah, we got to listen to our own advice. I can give you great advice. I can give you wonderful advice. My problem is I can't follow my own advice. That's my problem. I can't follow my own advice. Yep, once my mind is made up, I don't do the right thing then and there. I won't do it at all. Yep, that's it. This is exactly how I am. Definitely. Well, I don't know, guys. Do we want to continue talking about this? Do we want to write? What do we want to do? We've been talking a long time. Sounds good to me. Writing is good. Okay. I think we still have the tree set up. I don't think that went away. I think that's still there, right? Yeah, it's still sitting there. Still waiting for us. Our tree is still there. Well, thank you so much. It's been a great chat, and I hope we helped Lizzie. I felt sorry for her. Here, go reheat your coffee. I'll wait. Then I'll start. uh, yeah, the Shadow's Lair, stepping in there was definitely helpful. A lot of different viewpoints there today. Just let me know when you're back and I'll. Oh, all right. Let me change that to, let's see, we're doing the second one. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start it then. Timer, 30 minutes. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. We are off. All right. Now the tree's fine. If you don't have it set to deep focus, it won't do anything. I don't put mine on deep focus. That way, if I have to use my phone, it won't bother it. But if you're in deep focus, you'll kill the tree. It's not a big deal. I keep mine off of deep focus, though. That way I don't have to worry about it. Three cats. Two cats. I thought one was... I don't have any at the moment. I had one cat. Well, I edited a few pages, and now I'm trying to add in a paragraph because I'm like, something's not right. My POVs are, instead of going back and forth, all of a sudden I found two in a row on the same person. So. Oh, gosh. That's funny. I'm eating popcorn. Sorry. That's funny. I've seen those projectors. 555 triple nickel. Way to go, Jen. I made popcorn, which is now stuck in my teeth. I've not done it yet. Stuck in my teeth. Got a bowl here still. And then I got some editing done, and I'm trying to add in another paragraph. Like I said, I like my POVs to go every other, different person, and I got two the same in a row, and it's not. I don't think it should be that way. Jen just ate dinner, so she's full. Keep forgetting you're so far behind. Story requires a lot of research. Really? Is it a romance? Molly says, I'm self-publishing, and if I bring this draft to 50K, it'll pull from the quality of the story. And I had a major plot breakthrough during that sprint, so I wrote it down on a sticky note. Good idea. Jen says, stick with your instinct. Molly's doing a young adult dark fantasy. Like that. Jen says, I published a book last year. Yep, she's a criminal lawyer. Oh, wow. It's an age gap romance, a little saucy. Criminal procedures, that's what I could have used. I had to do a lot of research trying to hope that I'm making this right, not making things up that aren't right. I have a murder and a, investigation and someone getting arrested and all that stuff. It didn't sell like crazy, but I love that book. A lot of death and abandonment issues tied into my story. It is young adult. But the pay for this story is incredible. I need the rocket. Well, there you go. Gotta do what you gotta do. Couple of art pieces. Yeah, I guess they did have us doing stuff like that too, come to think of it. And I got annoyed. And I told them, I said, I don't feel like doing this. We were doing arts and crafts and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to do it. And she's like, it's part of therapy. And I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? All you're succeeding in doing is making me angry. So I sat there and glared at everybody. I did a couple of them, but I really was arts and crafts. I didn't get that at all. And we had to draw a picture. I forget what it was supposed to represent. Well, that's funny. That's neat too, actually. Yeah, that a rock is still there. Wow. Yeah, we had to do arts and crafts of different kinds, not just drawing, but collages and even pieces of, I don't know what you would call it, little things we had to make out of beads and stuff like that with pipe cleaners and stuff. I'm like, I am not into this at all. And they're just like getting angry at me. I said, well, I don't want to do it. I don't understand why I have to do it. I wasn't being very cooperative. They kind of told me if I ever wanted to get out of there, I just stop that, start behaving, do what I'm told, and I could stay there forever if I wanted to. right? Talking. Yeah. They had certain things at certain times, and it was when it was art expression, it was art expression. It's like, I don't understand what this has to do with my therapy at all whatsoever. Paddling cats. Oh, that's one thing. I only had one cat. I didn't have to deal with that. Though the cat and dog didn't like each other, that was for sure. Woo. um, it's funny. Sometimes I miss having an animal. I'm a cat person. Hmm. I had a black cat. I'm a black cat person. I had my cat named as an emotional support animal. I had her signed up on the site and everything. I got it, identification and all that stuff. And they were supposed to let me move in here with her. They couldn't stop me, and they weren't allowed to charge me a fee for having her. So when I first moved in, they said, fine, no problem. She was only here 2 weeks, and I gave her back to my son because I went in the hospital, and she preferred him anyhow. And they sent me a thing saying that I had to get this whole paper filled out by a psychiatrist, that they would accept that website, which was supposed to be a national website for, support animals. And they said they wouldn't accept it, and I would have to pay all this money. Well, luckily I didn't have her anymore, and I just said, well, I don't have a cat anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. But that was supposed to, they weren't supposed to be able to do that because she was signed up. I paid and had her set up. I got the letter and everything saying she was my support animal. We had a cat. We named the cat. We call him the cat or cat. It was either just cat or the cat. That was his name. My last one was named Sarah, but I didn't name her. When I got her, I adopted her. Her name was Sarah, so I didn't have a choice in what her name was. I could have changed it, but she was used to Sarah. She was 3 years old. I couldn't see changing the cat's name. Yeah, the cat. Anyone seen the cat? The cat used to run away, like living in a neighbor's house. Nicknames. They're not always nice. It's funny. I had one, I named her Queen of Sheba, but we called her Sheba. I had one that was Black Magic, but I called her Magic. Some of the others. Mr. Spooks. We had one we called Sylvester. My daughter said, well, he's got stripes on him. I want to call him Sylvester. And then when he got older, the stripes disappeared. And as a kitten, he had stripes. He was a tabby, but he was black. But you could see the tabby in him when he was a kitten. And then as he got older, he turned all black. It was really a weird cat. We had a white cat. Mine were all black, but this white one adopted us. And she had 3 white kittens and 3 tabby-like kittens, but the tabby colors were all different. They weren't the same. They were all different colored tabby cats. One of them was an orange tabby. And what did we call that? What did we call him? I forgot his name now. I don't know. We had a name for it. It was an orange tabby cat. Loki Oscar. Oh man, we had puppies. We had 10 puppies. And they were big because she was part oh, what are they called? Golden retriever. But she was black. She was a black retriever. So she was part retriever, part the other big dog. God, I can't remember the name. Anyhow, they had 10 puppies. And we had 10 puppies to deal with besides her. And we kept one puppy. And we gave this puppy to, we had a big fence out back with them all in there. And we gave this puppy to someone who asked for it. In the middle of the night, we hear a huge racket going on outside. It's like, what is going on? The next morning, we go out and we're counting the puppies, and they're like, wait a minute. In the middle of the night, the people brought the puppy back and put it back in the pen. They didn't want it. Really. That was one way of doing it. Yeah, dogs are definitely a lot harder. Imagine having 11 dogs, big ones. Did we want to write again? What's kind of sad? Oh, Great Dane. That's a big dog. Holy cow. Good. Glad everybody feels like writing now. 86 pounds, and my mom is only 5'2". They're a real pair. I can imagine. Okay, let's see. Here's the tree. Okay, I'm in. He almost stands eye level with her when he goes on his hind legs so they can dance. I can imagine, yeah. That would be interesting to see. I had a shepherd, a beautiful shepherd. I like German shepherds. And then we had, she was red, but they have red and brown ones. Pinscher, Doberman Pinscher. We had a red Doberman Pinscher. And then the retriever. And then one of those little tiny Scottish Terrier dogs. Oh my gosh, in an apartment? Jeez. Finishing up my popcorn. Okay. started started getting to a point where I can eat some solid food again. Didn't come through yet if you said it. I had a really bad case of colitis, and I could still some solid foods I can't eat, but slowly adding things back into my diet. Let's see if it didn't come up yet. Did you send it? I don't have anything. Not coming through. I'm not sure why. Hmm. You said you tagged me on Instagram, but nothing's coming through. I'll have to pull up my profile. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Oh, wow. Good looking dog. Reminds me of ours. Yeah. Wow. Definitely reminds me of my dog. Uh-huh. Been a long time. Bonehead. uh, that was good. Brings back memories. We That was our dog when we were married, and I've been divorced 21 years, so it's been a long time since I had a dog like that. My dad got a little Chihuahua mix, so it was a little tiny. He was mixed with something, Chihuahua and something. He was tiny. Thank God he had made arrangements with someone, so she took him when he had the stroke. He's got a good home because I can't take him, and so he's got a good home. Before all this happened, she used to bring them to the nursing home. They allowed them to bring pets in, and of course, as many people as wanted could visit. But now they can't even visit. They just got cases again, so they're back to no more. They were just getting ready to open up for visitors again because they cleared all the cases up and they just caught them again. They did another test and got a bunch. People are sick again, so my dad's had COVID already. That dog, yeah, and the dog's really cute. Yeah, they have animals here where I live in a senior high-rise building, and we do have animals here. So I do see animals occasionally. And of course, my children have animals, so when I get a chance to go over there, I get to see animals. Eyeballs, eyeballs. That's interesting. Oh, how cute. Mm, well, are we ready to write again? Okay, well, if it is, it is. Just let me know. We'll start this one and see how you feel. It's 12 o'clock where I'm at. That's cute. Mine used to just hit the can opener and they come running. All right. I'm going to set it for 30 minutes. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I'm in it. Oh, phone. How did I get that on there? I got the camera, I mean, in there. Yeah, you just have to start it. Melanie's not in there, but I'm in there. Not going in just in case you have to duck out. Okay. My grandmommy's running for some reason. See. Okay. How do we do? Melanie said she plugged a snowflake projector in to see if the cats would react, and I started by aiming it at the ceiling. Ember ducked down like the sky was falling, and Loki was entranced. He just stared at it. Aw, that's cute. All right, Melanie. I'm so glad you finally came. I hope you come back again. Hopefully there won't be so much drama. We do have regular sprints in here too. I mean, we don't just have conversations, but sometimes we have conversations if somebody needs it. Okay, great. And have a happy holiday. And then if I don't see you before then, Happy New Year. Jen and I are hosting on New Year's Day at 5 Pacific, 8 Eastern. So I'm not sure what time that would be where you're at, but we are hosting that night together. So we will be on together. It will be her first live stream. So if you get a chance, stop in that night. Have a great night. Have a great New Year. I don't know, Jen, if you've seen the ad or not, because I already scheduled it. So I don't know if it's come up or not. I am feeling wonderful. I am in great spirits. It's only 12, little after 12 here. So it's not even that late. My aide will not be here till late tomorrow afternoon. So I am doing great. If you want to keep working, I am definitely trying to get this done. I am at 32 chapters already, and I'm not even halfway through this story. I don't know what a normal book has, but I'm going to have a lot of chapters, obviously. And maybe more if I have to break some of these down, because some of them are huge. But there's only 51, almost 52,000 words. So it's not a really long novel. So do you want to keep going? Yes, Lizzie needed us. And I hope that we were able to make her feel better. Hopefully she'll have a better time tonight. It's terrible when you start feeling like nobody. I mean, I always had feelings that nobody liked me, and I still go through that at times. And I'm paranoid, so people start laughing. I think they're laughing at me. It's really hard to deal with. And, I try to keep saying, oh, I am who I am. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter. But, sometimes it really does matter to you. So hopefully Lizzie will be fine tonight. She seemed a lot better off at the end. I think that was the third sprint. I never did change that. Anyhow. But I'm fine. So if you want to keep writing, because I think I'm going to keep writing. I want to get this done, and I'm kind of like wanting to start seeing if I can get this other story to work out. Okay, good. I want to see if so. Like I'm having a hard time, and keep telling myself you got to finish one before you start the other one. I got this idea in my head, and it's like I want to write it. I want to write it. Okay, well, let's go. I'm gonna do a room. A tree. Not a meeting room. That's why I said that. It says join room. Now I'm snorting. Jeez. I think I got some milk left in there. Maybe I'll make some chocolate milk. Yeah, I love that we can try to help anybody, but especially a kid. I mean, she's so young. And I remember how hard it was back then when I was her age, and I didn't have anybody. So it's great that we can be there for her. Hopefully she can sleep tonight. Rest easy. Okay. Just waiting for you to put the code in. It sure was not what I was expecting tonight, though, I'll tell you. Interesting. Okay. Let me change that banner. It says third. I think we're on the fourth or the fifth. We'll go fourth. And put the timer on. 30 minutes. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm gonna go get some milk. I'll be right back. Okay, how did you? I'm still busy labeling chapters and editing, and I thought I had done the top part. I thought I was done with it, but I'm still finding tense changes in there. I didn't get them all. I may never get them all this rate. How'd you do? I'm in a room. What are we talking about? The tree is running. It's about to run out. Yeah. Okay. You're talking about Lizzie's mom. Yeah. Obviously, with the sister the way she is, and Lizzie's suffering, and it's hard to deal with one child without having two children with different problems, but still needing help. So I'm up to 38 chapters, and I'm not even halfway through. Well, I think the second half is not as long as the first half. I'm not sure. I'm not sure word wise. Lana Neek read the first half, and she's going to read the rest of it once it's finished. She just published her book, so I was reading that. I had to post a review. I'm like, I'm terrible when it comes to reviews. I hope it was okay. Oh, good, 819 words. That's a good number. Great job. How long is the book you're writing right now? You usually seem to have a number. Sitting here, my skin's so dry. It's driving me crazy. 35K this time. Okay. Yeah. You hate reviews and ask people to leave them on your book. It can be 30K, but I get paid more for 35K. Well, that makes sense. I would definitely go for the 35K then, if you can do it. Yeah. Yeah. She asked me for a review, and I'm like, oh, I'm no good at writing reviews, so I hope this is okay. She said, I'm sure it'll be fine. And I'm like, God, I hope so. It's a book about her life as a biracial child and what she went through. Pretty, pretty bad life. Something a child shouldn't have to go through. You turn in 10K a week, which isn't too bad. 10K a week. Yeah, I mentioned that. I told you she had written that book, and I had been reading it. So she asked me for a review. So did my best. It's about it's her life story about being a biracial child and all the things that happen. Terrible. I thought my childhood was bad. Oh. So I wrote the review, and it came out today, so I don't know if she's seen it yet or not. I got the thing telling me that it was posted. So hopefully it's okay. I really do hate writing reviews. Remember La Monique? La Monique Mac, she went by. She's been in and out a few times. Well, she wrote a book about her life. This is the book that she wrote, is her life. And it was bad. Her life was bad. She was a biracial child, and what she had to go through, not accepted in the white or black, neighborhoods. She just wasn't accepted, and all the things that, ended up happening because of it. She had a rough childhood. She says it's her life, so. Poor Mixed Girl, I think it's called. Let's see if I got it. I think it's still up here. Oh, Poor Little Mixed Girl. And it's the Mixed Girl series, book 1. It's the one I have. So Poor Little Mixed Girl. And she names her main character La Monica. Her name is La Monique. But she said it's her life. And it's got to be pretty awful. She had several reviews up there, so. I was kind of reading. I'm trying to figure out, what should I write? I don't know how to write this. Yeah, no. I, 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 I thought my life was bad until I read that. And I never really thought about it. Like I said, it really opened my eyes. I mean, of course, there's a lot of biracial children out there, but you never thought about it. But they're not accepted by either the whites or the blacks. They're just kind of shunned, which is terrible. So that's her story. I kind of wondered when I was reading it, and the character's name was LaMonica, and I'm thinking, it's so close to her name. But when I read the little blurb about the book, and it said that it was her life, I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, me too. I never had that problem with the people. People are people. You treat me nice, then we'll be fine. You treat me rotten, then we got a problem. But skin color has nothing to do with it. Who your parents are has nothing to do with it. One of my close friends was a black girl. When I was younger, of course, I'm talking a long time ago, and it wasn't as common then for, the whites and the blacks to associate as much. There weren't that many around in the schools. There is. There's bad people in every race, definitely. And there's good people in every race. I mean, it really has nothing to do with it. And I had she was one of my closest friends, and not too long after she got pregnant, later in life, not when we were children, but she got pregnant and she died in childbirth. And it was such a shame. It was something, I had heard about happening and people dying in childbirth, but I didn't know anybody who had ever died in childbirth. Yeah, there were serial killers in our races, right? Yeah, yeah, it was sad. She died in childbirth. I've had some strange things. I knew one girl who had been murdered. Another little girl got hit by a car and killed. It was like I had a lot of those. Your father's mother died that way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, does happen. Even, well, I guess it's not as bad today. I mean, this would have been back quite a while ago. We were young, in our, what, early 20s, late teens. I had my first child when I was 21. So, around that age. So that was quite a while ago. That would have been, we'll see. My daughter was born in 78. So in the late 70s, things weren't quite as sophisticated as they are nowadays. And I don't know all the particulars. I don't know what happened. I just know that she died during childbirth. Because at that point, we had moved away from the area, so someone had told me. Yeah, the child, if the child survives, I can imagine the guilt that they feel. It's really, really a rough situation. Like I said, someone told me about it. I didn't, at the time, I had moved away. So I didn't keep, in close touch with her. When I found out about it, I was sorry. Those things do happen. Okay, we're getting morbid again. I'm ready to write again. Oh yeah, those back alley. Oh God, yeah. Oh, getting an abortion. Yeah, most of those didn't make it. Those back alley hanger abortions. Oh, jeez. uh, all right, let me get this in here. Okay, she has 7 kids. Yeah. Well, in my family, all my aunts and stuff, aunts and uncles, they all had big families. We were the small family at 3, and then there was one at 5, one at 6, and the rest all had 7 or 8 kids. And I had a pretty huge family. We were like I said, we were the smallest. We only had 3. No, they were Catholic. No birth control. They were all Catholic. But my dad was not raised Catholic, so there was birth control in our house. But a lot of them followed the Catholic because my grandmother was Catholic. No, I didn't want that. I wanted that many kids when I was young and thought it was neat. That was before I had a kid. I wanted 12. And I had the first kid. I thought, oh no, I don't want 12. Forget that. No. All right, let's get this timer going. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. uh, I don't know. I know with the Catholics, they definitely did not believe. If you were a true Catholic, you did not use birth control. It was definitely against the Catholic religion. But see, my grandmother, she was Catholic, but my grandfather wasn't. So she was not allowed to be married in the Catholic Church or to be, I don't think she was allowed to raise the kids Catholic. I'm not sure about that. I think some of those kids, though, I think some of them were raised Catholic. My dad wasn't. But I think some of the kids got into the Catholic Church. I could be wrong. I know the church never, they never acknowledged my grandmother's marriage to my grandfather. They had to get married in a regular church because the Catholic Church refused because he was not Catholic. But I think back in the olden days, they did have a lot of bigger families back then. Of course, birth control wasn't as good as it is nowadays either. forgot about the timer. That startled me. Oh, they're so involved in my story. Trying to think if I got something screwed up there. Easy to mess things up. And sometimes you read it over and over and you don't catch it, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, I don't think that's right. So how do you do? Are you still there? There you are. 655 words. Good job. I just got down to the first murder. He was doing stuffs. Yeah, you said you were messing with StreamYard today. Yeah, they give you that little thing so that you can go in and mess around with it and get an idea how it works. Yours will look a little different because you're going to be on mine. So it won't, like if you do your own, it'll be what you see now. But when you're on mine, it'll be a little bit different. Yeah, because what's going to happen is I'm going to send you on Instagram an invitation to pull you into my StreamYard. So you won't be on StreamYard, you're on your own. You're going to be with me and mine. Well, like I said, you're not going to go to StreamYard. You're going to go to Instagram. And in Instagram, there's going to be a link. And that's going to bring you into my StreamYard, where I'll be. And you will come in as a guest. So it'll be different when you're doing your own. When you're doing your own, you will be in charge of everything. But because you'll be a co-host, you're going to come into my StreamYard, and I will be, setting up the sprints and stuff like that. You won't have to do anything. You have access to your mute button and the stop cam button that's there. Like you can set that stop cam button up. So like if I hit stop cam, it puts up an avatar up there. So you can set, and I'm not, see, you'll see the chat, but if you want to actually do the chat like you're used to doing with the and hit the person's name and all that, you'll have to do it on you'll have to bring up the actual StreamYard as if you were going to enter it the way you normally do when you click on the link in my chat on my channel. And then you got to make sure you mute it because we'll hear it otherwise. I've done a few times where I've forgotten to mute it, and all of a sudden when you hear the voices coming through, so you're going to want to mute it. You want me to send it to your email instead of Instagram? You sent me something on Instagram the other day. You sent me the picture on Instagram. You don't have Instagram? Or is that on your phone? All right, so you want me to send it to your email. I can do that. You click on the link. It'll bring you into me. And you'll see me. I haven't done it for a little while. Okay. All right, so it has to be on your email. Okay. Then let me write the email down to make sure I have it. All right, so I'll send it to you on your email. Click the link. It'll bring you in. And then to set this up, I'm trying to think. Okay. When you can probably do it if you're playing around in there again. You go back in there and play around. Where your little picture is on the lower left-hand side, there's 3 dots. If you click on there, you can edit your name. You can edit the audio avatar, or you can stop the mic and the cam. But if you edit audio avatar, it'll allow you to choose a picture or an avatar of some kind that you can put up there like I have right now, where you don't see me, you see an avatar. It's not that big, it's not that hard. And I'll try to make sure I put it on there early enough so that you can come in early and we can, if we have to, we can talk and we can, before we start. It'll be 5 o'clock your time, 8 o'clock my time. Yeah, so you'll just choose to set it as your audio avatar, and it'll do what it's doing now when you hit the stop cam, and then it'll go back when you click off of it. So like all the these things, the sprints and all the stuff that I'm doing, all that will be up to me because it's my channel. So you won't have to worry about really anything much. You might, if I don't mute or unmute you, you have access to, mute and unmute yourself. Or to say, we're doing something and you want to mute yourself and it's not muted, you can mute it. But as far as, you could probably share a screen too, but you won't have to because I'll do the screen share for the timer. If you don't have a picture on your computer, I'm not sure if you'll be able to set that up. You may not be able to set that up. If you don't set it up, I don't know what happens when you hit stop the camera. It might just go black. I'm not sure. I had Charlie helping me, so it was, the first time I did it, and I've been doing this part so long, I'm not really sure about the co-hosting part. It's been a while. You don't have to do too much. Yeah, in most cases, and I don't always mute, but in most cases, most people do mute during the sprints. It's just I have a bad habit of unmuting, so unless there's a reason for me to mute, I usually don't. We'll get there. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. Yeah, well, that's what I did. And, because I felt really awkward. So I, was a co-host to get used to it and then felt more comfortable. I mean, I did my first, if I remember correctly, I did my first live stream all by myself, and I had no idea what I was doing. And then when I wanted to have a co-host, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm not ready for a co-host. I have to be a co-host on other people's for a few times before I feel comfortable. So I was asking people to let me be a co-host. Like, please let me be a co-host. I don't feel comfortable doing this, So, but as a co-host, you don't really you have a little blurb ready to introduce yourself. You're going to want to have a little blurb ready. Because after we start, you'll introduce yourself. And then, depending on how long, if you want to leave at a certain time, or if you're just going to keep going until we decide to end it, or whatever, then, some people I've had on say, I only want to be in here for 2 hours, so I have to set everything up so it ends at 2 hours for them to leave, and then I continue on without them. Most people don't want to stream as long as I do. But if you want to make comments, the best way to do that, especially if you want to use the @ so you could use the people's name, is to open it up like you would if you were going to be watching it. And then you can comment on there, and you can use the @ and it'll put the person's name in there. This will not do it. StreamYard does not do it. In fact, when I was co-hosting, I didn't even have a spot to post a comment on there because I was on Charlie's the other night. And there's no spot to post. So in order to post, I had to open up the stream on his, his stream, just as if I was going to view it. And then I could comment on there. But otherwise, I couldn't. There was no way of commenting. There was no spot at the bottom to post a comment. Like I have a post a comment because I'm the host, but as a co-host, I did not have that. You could even open it up on your phone because I had it. I looked over at my phone the other day, and it was on my phone because I was uploading a video, and it was running on my phone. So you could open the stream on your phone, and you could make comments that way if you wanted to. I think you can even stream from StreamYard on your phone, but I'm not sure. And it'd be kind of tiny. Be really tiny. Yeah, I was a co-host on one of those big ones. You talking about Charlie's big ones? I was also a co-host on the Worldwide Write-a-thon. I co-hosted 2 of those as well. And if all goes well, I'll do it the next time it comes around if I get the chance. I'm not so sure about the being the host though, because that's a little, having that many people. I've never had more than one person as a co-host, so I don't know if I would want to be the host with a bunch of people. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, well, I understand you can do it on your phone, but it's not as easy. Yeah. Well, we got behind today. You see me trying to keep up with all those today? I thought I was going to go crazy. The chat was just flying through, and I was trying to keep up with it. And there was only, what, 6 of us there? Imagine having a couple hundred people. Yeah, it's good exposure. The dawdling writer was the one who said that she found that her stats were much better when she was doing the live streams. So I figured, well, I'll follow her lead. She's doing pretty good. It's hot in here. I got the fan on me and everything. I'm still hot. I don't know what the temperature is. Did it drop yet or not? Oh, yeah. It's only 25 degrees out there. It definitely dropped. It was hot all day. It was in the 60s yesterday and today. Now it's down to 25. Oh, good. Oh, it's going to rain. Wait a minute. What day do I have to go to the doctor's? Hold on. I have to go to the doctor's on the 29th, which is Tuesday. Oh, sunny and 37. That's not too good. Stop doing that. Why is it doing that? My phone's doing weird things. I can't get to my windows at the moment. But new air comes in anyhow. Oh, snow on Sunday. Oh, goody. Tuesday, at least it'll be sunny. Let's go to the doctor's. Yeah, it's only 25 right now outside. I have my fans running all night long. 2 fans on me all night long. Because I like to be able to pull my covers around me because I feel comfortable. I feel exposed without them. Sweet. Tomorrow's Saturday. My aide has to come tomorrow because she has to make up a day. She was sick for no week. So she has to come tomorrow. Normally she don't come on Saturday and Sunday. So she has to come tomorrow afternoon. To make up her time. So she does my laundry, she makes my bed, she makes my food while she's here. She cleans my house. If I need her to go shopping, she's supposed to go shopping. She doesn't do everything she's supposed to do. Her attitude changed from the very beginning. She's always in a rush to get out of here. She does a lousy job. She started out fine. But I don't know what happened. Medicaid found out they'd be having a fit. And if her boss found out they'd be having a fit. But I don't want to lose, because it's hard to get an aid at all now. I'm lucky to even have. When I asked them, I said, are you looking for I wanted the aid. You know that. You're still looking? We can't even get aides to come in at all. I'm like, I want a day aid. I'm tired of this nighttime stuff. I did that for her, and then she turned into some kind of hybrid person. It wasn't the same person she was when she started, that's for sure. I don't know. Well, maybe you told me about the email. Because I was going to just send it to Instagram. That would have made it a little bit more. It would, I guess, would just open it up on your phone, but it would be really, really tiny. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. I need to see that. I missed the I'll be right back. The house is all yours now. What's that mean? Your daughter left? Everyone is going to bed pretty much. You just stay up every night writing that you're on vacation. Who else is in the house besides you and your daughter? For some reason, I just assumed it was the two of you. Why did I think it was just you and your daughter? I guess you've never mentioned. You never mentioned that you were married. I didn't realize there was somebody else involved. You always just talked about your daughter. You and your daughter. Now you're married. Okay. No, you never mentioned him. He's the one that can't get disability. I don't ever remember you mentioning a husband. Oh my gosh. I guess so, yeah. Dealing with a disability. Yeah, it was a frustrating time for me, too. Not because I'm looking up with anyone. I just didn't realize that I just don't ever remember you saying anything about him. I know you talk about your daughter all the time. I thought it was just the two of you. Surprise, surprise. I don't have one. I don't have a spouse. Oh boy, what a surprise. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just the fact that you never mentioned him. It was always talking about her and the way you were struggling. I didn't realize it was somebody else. I just didn't realize there was somebody else. She never really mentioned him. Oh, you've heard about my union. It wasn't certainly wasn't the best of times. Hmm. Surprise, surprise. Full of surprises today. I guess so. If you're the only one bringing in the money. Jeez. And he can't get disability. Why? Yeah, that's what I thought you were, a single mom. And he can't get disability. It's been declined. Has he gotten a lawyer or someone to help him? COVID kind of stopped things. Why? Yeah, COVID stopped a lot of things. But seems to me there are going to be ways around that. But I mean, with lawyer, well, I used a company called Allsup, which is, they're not lawyers, they're ex Social Security workers, so they know the ins and outs of Social Security. And that's who I use. And it's just like a lawyer, you pay them a percentage, and they don't get paid if you don't get paid. So if they can't get it for you, they don't charge you. You don't have to pay anything. Hmm. Yeah, I can do that because they work just like any lawyer would. You could get a Social Security lawyer, or you could use these people, and they got first try. They do all the work. They get all the medical records. They do everything for you. And if they don't think they can do anything, there's a initial interview. Then they'll tell you they can't help you. You can't be working. So if he's working, then they can't help. But if he's not working, and you say you're the only one bringing money in, and obviously he's not working, then he can try for Social Security disability, and they would take a 20, 25%. They take so much percentage, but if he's not getting anything, they'll go all the way back to whenever he was disabled. They'll take it back to that point, and he'll get that back money if they can do it. And they have a 98% percentage on getting it. Um, they're good. I mean, I was recommended by other people, and I always recommend them because within less than 6 months, I had my Social Security. I did not have to go to court. I did not get the turn down. They got it for me. He has it for 9 years. That could be iffy. You have to have so much time in. You have to have so much time in, and you have to have so many points in the Social Security system. But they would interview him and find all that out, and they'd take care of everything. And they were great. And like I said, within less than 6 months, I had mine. I didn't have to go before the judge or anything. And if they can't get something, they'll send you to their doctors. If they need something and they can't get it from his doctors, they'll send you to their doctors if they need something. So, all right. For stupid reasons. Okay, let me send you. Let's see. Let me find you. Okay. I sent you the link in Instagram. So it's there. You can go online and you can start it that way, or you could call them. I would give them that information, tell them to try it. They got like I said, I think it's a 98% win rate. And like I said, I got mine. They'll go back to whenever the disability happened. But being he's been out so long, I'm not sure, all that I'm not positive on. But he could speak to them and find out if he qualifies, and if he's got the enough points in the Social Security system as well. He has to work for so long, and they got rules. But he would be able to talk to somebody and let them see if they can help him. Maybe they can, and that would be great if they could help him. You're welcome. Because if they do have to go to court, they will travel to wherever they have to go to do the court. If it comes to that point, most of their cases don't get to that point, and they got a pretty good idea of whether or not, when they talk to you, whether or not they think they can, get it. But you don't pay anything unless you win, and if you win, then you give them, it's like 25% of it. But if he hasn't worked in so long, it could be a pretty big amount, depending on what his Social Security yearly is. But they do SSDI. They don't do SSI, which is another type of Social Security. They do SSDI, which is Social Security Disability Insurance. Hopefully he can do it. Hopefully they'll be able to work more. Okay. Ooh. Ouch. Ouch. I don't even have my ears pierced. No. I'm a big baby when it comes to that kind of stuff. I told my kids they couldn't have their ears pierced until they were old enough to do it themselves because I can't even bring myself to put a pierced earring into one of my kids' ears. I said, I can't do it. I can't do it. When you're old enough to do it yourself, you can have pierced ears. I don't care, but not until. So I got my son and my one daughter both have pierced ears, and the other one, she couldn't get hers to heal. We had to finally let them close up. So she got tattoos all over her body. She's the tattooed one with the tramp stamp. I know we've talked about this before. I'm pretty sure. The daughter with the tramp stamp. She couldn't pierce her ears, so she got a bunch of tattoos. So I got a son with the tattoo and earrings and one ear. I think he's got two holes in one ear. And the other my daughter has regular pierced ears. I don't know if she got an extra one in her top of her ear or not. I don't remember. But the one daughter we couldn't get her ears. 9 holes. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. No. I have no holes in any of my body parts. And I have no tattoos either. I have a real thing about needles. We might have one, but no, not with the needle part. And she says it does hurt. Tattoos. Yeah, I can't do that either. I'm a big baby. She's got 4 or 5 tattoos now. She's got the tramp stamp across her back. She got one on her ankle. She's got a big one all across her shoulder and her arm and everything, it's wrapped all around her arm and shoulder area. That's at least 3. I'm not sure she's got it. Well, the one around her shoulder was 2 separate ones. It was done separately. Now, I let my son, we had a sign for my son's tattoo because he was under 18. My daughter was 18. She didn't even ask. She just turned 18 and went and did it. She's still kind of living at home, and she didn't bother to ask. I'm 18 now. I can do what I want. Well, my husband wasn't too happy about that. Oh well. He kept saying he was going to do it, and he doesn't have a tattoo yet. I don't think he's ever going to do it. It was all talk. My son got the cross, the black. What is it called? I forget what it's called. It's a black cross, not just, up and down kind of cross. It's got shape to it. I forget what it's called now. It's got a name. He got that. I think he has to do with the Germans or something. In German heritage. So he wanted things to do with the Germans, so he got that tattoo. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten any more, because he sounded like he wanted more, but he just got the one that I know of, anyhow. I'm going to think of it, that I know of. 9 holes in your ears. No. No, neither of my kids got anything that's bad. Iron Cross? Does that make sense? Iron Cross? It's the, yeah, German heritage. The Iron Cross, something like that. Oh, tongue ring and broke a tooth on it. Oh, man. No, I couldn't do that either. I said they'd have to knock me out unconscious if they were going to give me a tattoo, or or give me a piercing, and it would have to stay unconscious until it healed. I don't know how long that takes. I don't heal very well. I get infected very easily. But it'd probably be like my daughter. It wouldn't heal. They're so dumb to get. I like the nose ring, but allergies. They hurt. What, nose rings hurt? That would be interesting. Yeah, tattoos hurt. You don't have to tell me that. I don't even have to have one to know that. And my daughter, she had a rough time. The same problem with the not being able to heal her earrings. When she got that tattoo, it took a long time to heal. It was so red and infected. Ugh. But it was already tattooed, so there wasn't a lot they could do but hope that it healed. I'm sure I would cry. I don't know if she cried or not. I wasn't with her when she had them done, and she doesn't talk much about it. But she went back and got more, so couldn't have been that bad. And she got that tramp stamp. That was a huge one across her back. And then the one all around her shoulder and her arm and everything was a big one. The one on her ankle was pretty good size, too. She didn't get those little tiny ones. She had big tattoos. All of hers are big. I know my son's tattoo, it's black. I think it's called an Iron Cross. No, it has to do with Germany. And it is fading, but he doesn't, as far as I know, he hasn't touched up color on it. Like it started fading, the black started fading. And I think they said it needs to be touched up, but I don't think he ever got it done. I don't know if they'll ever do another one. He was hell-bent on having that darn tattoo, and I said, well, you're going to have to get your father's permission, because I can't give you permission for that. I don't have a problem with it, but I am not going to have him yelling at me. So that's a decision that had to be made by both of us. So I'm giving you the okay, but you need an okay from him. And I have to hear it out of his mouth. You can't just come say to me, oh, he said it's okay, and it wasn't going to work that way. He had to tell me it was okay. Because I was the one who went and signed for it. But I needed his okay. And he's like, oh, he's okay. I said, yeah, he's going to tell me with his mouth that it was okay. And then you can have your tattoo. I don't have a problem with it. Otherwise, not happening. He got his ears pierced twice. And he had to have them re-pierced because they closed over. Because he wears the earrings for a while and then he stops. Yeah, the joys of parenting. Exactly. And then he stops wearing them and they close over. And then sometimes he just pushes it through himself. Other times he has to have it done for him. And he got the bigger earrings, so the holes are bigger. He was working the size up, making it bigger each time. I said, I hope you're not going to make it into those great big holes that some people get. I hope you're not planning on doing that. He didn't do that. He just got a little bit big. So it still looked okay, looked decent. Sometimes I wish I had pierced ears because I think it'd be neat to wear earrings, but there's nobody piercing my ears. It's not. I can't handle it. Yeah, I'm sure if they get to a certain size, they're not going to shrink all the way closed. His still closed over, so they weren't that big. Yeah, he was stretching them. He was putting the larger earrings in and stretching them. Not to the point of being ugly, just bigger than normal. I don't know if he had them in the last on my phone or not. He goes back and forth with it. My kids, the youngest is 33. Let's see, my oldest two are, I'm thinking 41 and 43. Trying to think here. 79. She was born in 79, so that would make 19, be 40, 2020. Yeah, she turned 41. If I'm not mistaken, 41 and 43, the older two. So they're 33, 41, and 43. The other one was born in 78. One was born in 79 and one was born in 87. He's easier for me to keep track of age-wise. For now. The older two are a little bit harder to keep track of. Yeah, the 40-year-old just had a baby. He's a year old now. Been a whole year. Of course, I can't see him because of the darn virus. Well, I said no more after I was 30. So I told my ex, we were married at the time, I said, if you want that third child, it has to be now because I don't want to be older than 30. And we had the two girls, and we were watching a movie called Mickey and Maud, and had a bunch of babies on it. And the two of us got our little maudlin. And we said, well, maybe we should have that last kid. I said, well, it's got to be now because I don't want to be older than 30. So it was now. I got pregnant right. I know the exact day I got pregnant. I know exactly when he was due. And I was 30. I said, no more after that. And I thought 30 was hard. And she told me she was pregnant at 40. I said, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. 40 years old and you're having a baby now? I thought 30 was terrible and you're having one at 40? She's found out it was a lot harder than she thought it was going to be. Yeah, Mickey and Walt. That was what started us thinking about we wanted our, because we were going to have 3. And then he got out of the Marine Corps and we didn't have, the insurance and stuff to have another baby. And I said, it's going to have to be before I'm 30. We didn't even have enough room in the house. I mean, the house wasn't even big enough for a child. He was in this closet. His bedroom was in the closet. And you couldn't even stand up in it, because it was built in the side of the house. Like the side of the house was like built sideways and it had like half a story. Like it wasn't a full story, it was a half a story. So his bedroom was a closet that was built under the eaves. And so, we had this little teeny tiny, his crib was in our room. And then when he was able to move into a toddler bed, we put that in that room. And what was a closet. We cleaned it out and made it a bedroom. Pulled the door out in the hallway, so there was a door opening. And it was put the little toddler bed in there, and it could barely stand up in there. Eventually, we had to tear that whole side of the house off and put one of those dormer rooms in. $33 when you had mine. Yeah. Well, that's it. Nowadays, they're having them older. And they're having the first babies in their 30s. And I didn't want my last child any more than 30. And now they're having the first ones in their 30s. And they're having them in the 40s. She said a lot of her friends are all having babies now. And, they're in their early 40s. I said, you guys are crazy. Having had them young and having one at 30, it was a big difference. It was a lot easier at 21 to have a baby than it was at 30. And you guys are starting at 30 and you're still having them at 40s, in your 40s. And I'm like, and there were people saying, oh, that, they know a lot of people in their 50s are having babies. I said, they're crazy. If I get pregnant again, shoot me. If I get pregnant again, it's going to be a miracle. It would have to be by osmosis. There's no other way I'm going to get pregnant. But yeah, we put a dormer in the other in there. We took that closet out. We put a whole dormer room. So it wasn't the full size of the house. It was a dormer that fit in, they cut into the roof on that side and put a room in there. But it was a big room. And that was our master bedroom. And the girls had to share our old room. And then our son moved into their old room, which was smaller. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I thought 30 was terrible, though. She found it hard. She's still finding it hard, and she's trying to work, and she's injured. She's disabled. She had a cabinet fall off the wall at work and landed on her hand, and her hand is permanently damaged. And she's got a lawyer with a lawsuit. So I said, well, you got to find a new job, right? She goes, no, why? I said, you're suing your job and you're going to continue working for them? She said, yeah. I said, I couldn't imagine it. If I was suing my job, I would not be working for them. And I can't imagine they would want me working for them if I was suing them. But she says she doesn't plan on leaving her job. She's suing them. Her hand is permanently damaged. She went through a lot to become a nurse, only to have this happen. So she was a nurse for a few years before her hand got damaged. And now she can't really do a lot. She has a hard time doing her job, and she's in a lot of pain. And she's a dialysis nurse. And she says it's almost impossible for her to put needles in with her damaged hand. And she wanted to be a nurse so bad. She waited till she was pretty old. She quit her job, and she put herself through nursing school. She got her BSN. She went all the way through, got her first RN, and then she got the BSN. And, had all these plans, and then she gets hurt at work. And they say they can't do anything with her hand. It's permanently disabled. And it's her main hand, too. And she's trying to take care of an infant. Plus work. And she's got all the other problems I have. She's got the fibromyalgia. She's got the damaged spine. She's got the arthritis. She's got all that stuff. She just keeps on going and keeps on going and keeps on going. Trying to think if that was before or after the baby or not. I don't remember. Tell you the truth. I'm not sure. It's been a while now. He just turned a year old in December. Can't remember. I can't remember. It's not easy. She's already got it hard being 41 years old, and now she's got an active toddler on her hands. Well, this dad is in and out of the house, still living there. He's a drug addict. He's always in rehab and can't keep a job. He's living there. Sometimes he's living in rehab and in halfway houses. And she picks these guys. I don't know where the hell she goes shopping for men, but she picks the wrong places. The last one was a drug addict. The first one was a drug addict. She's pretty much supported all her own children. Very little help from the fathers. And she keeps picking the same kind of guys. Over and over again. They all have different fathers. All three children are different fathers. They were all drug addicts. They were all in and out of rehab and in and out of jail. This one disappeared. Last week I got a text from her that she had to file a missing persons report on him because he disappeared and never came home. Several days later, he shows up. I didn't get the whole story, so I don't know what happened, but he did come home finally. But he has seizures, and he goes out and he gets, with his drug buddies, and then he has a seizure, and then they'll drop him off at a hospital somewhere. And, like she can't even let him be alone with the baby because he has seizures. She can't take a chance. So he only gets to be with to have the baby when she's around because don't know when he's going to have a seizure. He had a brain injury and he has seizures now. And then he's a drug addict on top of everything else. And she didn't tell me. I thought he was painkillers like the other ones. No, this one's on hard drugs. I thought, what the hell? He's out there, scoring hard drugs. Not just painkillers like the other ones. But she's pretty sure this is the last baby. She said she's not doing that again. She wanted more children. But she kept having miscarriages. She wanted them, earlier. She didn't want to wait. And she couldn't. And then she got involved with another guy. And I knew as soon as she got involved with another guy that she was going to come tell me she was having another baby. And she came to me one day and said, I just had a miscarriage. And I'm thinking, okay, that means she's trying. Then she comes to me and says, can you take me over to the clinic? And I didn't find out right away, but I found out it was the fertility clinic. And I said, fertility clinic? She's really trying to have a baby. She's going to a fertility clinic now? So that miscarriage wasn't a mistake. She was really trying to have another baby. So then she comes to me and says, I'm pregnant. I'm like, okay. I said, you realize this is going to be hard, don't you? You're almost 41 years old. She goes, I know. I said, okay. Yes, it is hard to watch as a mom. And there's not a darn thing I can do about it. Can't do a darn thing about it. Three guys, and every one of them is a drug addict. I don't know where she finds them, honestly. I don't even know how she keeps the family straight. And she's got grandparents with the oldest one. The second one, his parents are dead. So there's no grandparents on, I don't think, on the second child. There's just his father and brothers and sisters. And then this third one has a whole huge family. I don't know how she keeps all these people straight. All these kids. They're all half siblings of somebody or other. I don't think any of them are full siblings. They're all halves. And they've got all halves from other relationships. Because the fathers have their own children. So they're all like half siblings. So she's got three children. None of them are full siblings. They're all half siblings. Three completely different half siblings. They all had three different fathers. And she ever told me she was going to get married. I don't know. I just can't see her ever getting married. She's not interested in marriage. My other one's married. She said, I'm going to get married. I'm going to get my house. And then I'm going to have my child. My other daughter gets pregnant. She has, issues with the father. And then years later, she has another child with another man. There was one other man in there. She did not have a baby with him. He was the nicest out of all of them. He just had some bad back problems. He was the only one that wasn't a drug addict. But she didn't have a baby with him. She had a relationship for a while, but then they broke it off. And she got another drug addict and had another baby with him. And then when she had the third one, I thought, oh, God, here we go again. I just knew this is, because she kept telling me she wanted more children. I said, this is going to mean another baby. I just know this is going to mean another baby. Yeah, that was another baby. So we have little Braden now. So she's got a 23-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 1-year-old. Talk about kids stretched apart in years. Yeah, it's Braden, Brayden. It was funny when she told me that, and I was watching the show on HGTV, Flip or Flop, and she's talking about how she was naming her son Braden. I said, "Did you get that name off that TV show?" She's like, "Yeah, I liked it." I had never heard of it before, And I'm like, Braden. And then I hear it on the show, and I'm like, "Did you get that off of there?" She said, "Yeah, I got it off of there." So she's got Richard, And Richard had to be named after his father, or the father says, I'm not paying child support. Not that he paid much in child support. Anyhow, but so he had to be Richard John Amwake III, because he had to be named after his father, who was a junior. So he's the third. And the second son, well, she couldn't name him after the father because the father already had a son named after him. So she had to name him something else. So she actually got a chance to name that child something different. And I don't know whose idea Braden was, whether it was hers or theirs or his, or I think it sounded like it was hers. She said, I liked it. She saw that show. The co-workers, one in college, one graduated from college and working, and a 7-year-old. That might not be quite as far apart as mine are. It's 23 and 1. It's 22 years between. And one graduated from college would be 22. And I think there's probably more years between my grandchildren than those. He's just getting out of the Marine Corps. January 6th. He put his 4 years in and he's getting out. He was going to make a career out of it. He got in there and he says, God, I hate this. I want out. So he had to put in his 4 years and he's getting out January. 4 years are up. So I don't know what he'll end up doing. I guess he's coming back here. He broke up with his girlfriend and she went into the military herself. A different branch. Air Force, I think. He was in the Marine Corps. Well, the Marine Corps are the hardcore. Definitely. My ex was a Marine too. They were almost 40 years apart in boot camp to the day. I mean, they were that close, 40 years apart, that close in time from when. And I had to miss the graduation because I had been in the hospital and they said I couldn't travel. I wanted to go down and see my grandson graduate from the Marine Corps and I wasn't able to. I saw my husband, obviously, graduate, but I couldn't see my grandson. But they are very hardcore, and he was all for it in the beginning, and I don't know what happened. But he turned to me, he came visit me one time when he was home. He says, I don't want to do it anymore, Grandma. I don't want to be a Marine anymore. When I'm done, I'm done. So I don't know what happened because he had planned on making it his career. And he wanted to be a recruiter. I mean, he had the whole thing. I mean, he worked hard. He got every one of his ranks were all meritorious. So he got promoted meritoriously, every single one of his ranks. He was, top of everything in boot camp. He was top of everything all through his whole career. I mean, it didn't stop him from working hard. He just didn't want to do it anymore. But he was determined to be the best that he could be while he was in there. And now he's getting out. He was all meritorious promotions. Now, my ex was all meritorious till the last one. He couldn't get the sergeant. He had to work for time grade. He just couldn't get that meritoriously. But my grandson did. He got all of his meritorious. My ex was working really hard. And if he got to be top of his class, he got to choose where he wanted his, where he wanted to serve. And we wanted to stay on the East Coast. So he got to stay. There wasn't only, I think there was only one, maybe two spots at the most on the East Coast. But because he was number one in his class, he got to choose. So we stayed on the East Coast in North Carolina. And then now he says to me, he goes, oh, I wish I had gone overseas. I never got a chance to go overseas. Like it's, he's blaming it on me because his command officer said he didn't believe in sending married men, especially ones with children, and I was pregnant all the time. So he said, I'm not sending you overseas. Now, my grandson spent 2 years in Japan and the Philippines. He was in both places, back and forth. But my ex-husband was like, blaming it on me because he didn't get to go overseas. And he didn't really want to in the beginning. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, it's all your fault. It's all my fault that he didn't get to go overseas. It is impressive. It's very impressive. Marine Corps is hard to begin with, and he was almost number one in everything that he did. Same with my husband, except that last rank he just couldn't get meritoriously. So he had to wait. He had to wait for time and grade. He was going to stay in, but at the time, the Iran-Contra hostage situation was going on, and they were sending his group overseas to the fighting. And so he said, no, I'm getting out. Because they were going to send him, he was really going to be sent overseas. He was going to war. They were busy sending, power of attorney to the wives. And because we were thinking about having our third child then. And then we decided to stop because we weren't going to have enough time to have it before he got out. And with the thing coming up and finding out that they were sending them overseas, we decided just to get out. We weren't sure if they didn't have to let him out. They could have made him stay in, but they did let him out. So he his enlistment was up, so we got out. They were getting ready to send him over to Iran. Oh, yeah, it was a good time to get out. Definitely. I didn't want him going to war. He didn't want to go to war. So we put child number 3 on hold because we wouldn't have enough time to have the child before he got out. So that's why there's so many years between our children. Otherwise, they would have been born all close together. Oh. Mm. What a headache. Let's see. Gotta wait a little bit before I can take my next pain pill. Yeah, I'm still awake here. Thinking I'm hungry again, but there's not much to eat in this house right now. At least I'm able to tolerate a little bit more food. Oh, excuse the yawning though. uh, I gotta go to the store. I don't want to go tomorrow because tomorrow is the day after Christmas, which means everybody and their crazy cousins will be out shopping. The day after Christmas is the Black Friday. With all the sales and stuff going on. I really don't want to go to the store tomorrow. And I don't have a whole heck of a lot of food in this house. I mean, I got stuff to eat because Medicaid sends me a meal every day. I get 14 meals every 2 weeks. I get 14 meals. So I have food to eat. It's not that I don't have food to eat. It's just I'm not interested in the food I have to eat. But I still don't know what I can and can't eat with my stomach the way it is. And on the 1st of February, I have to have colonoscopy to have a biopsy done to see if I have an autoimmune disorder or if it's just an infection. I'd like to try ice cream without, that's obviously going to have lactose in it. And I don't know. I'm kind of afraid after the last time I tried something. I don't know if it's healed enough yet or not. I'm halfway through my story. I got 43 chapters already. Yeah, it is a lot for halfway through. But I'm not sure if the second half is as long as the first half. It may not be as long. I won't know until I actually can hit me. Oh, I do have a lot of long chapters, yes. I have a lot of long chapters, and I have a lot of chapters. And I don't know what is normal. I have the faintest idea what is normal. Well, that's what I mean. Some of these have to go to a certain point, and so they're longer, and then others are short. I've got a couple of really short ones, which I've seen books do that. So, you know, it's not totally unusual. I've heard people say, though, I end my chapters at exactly 8,000 words per chapter or whatever number that they pick. And I'm like, how can you do that? I don't know how you do that. You know, I don't know how you not put the exact long, you know, same amount for each chapter. I can't do it that way. Oh, and I don't even know if I have scenes. I don't even know. I've got breaks in some of these chapters with 3 asterisks to break it apart, and then, you know, continue on a slightly different. Like, I don't want to break it down into even more chapters. And I've been kind of like going back and forth with the point of views, you know, like varying it back and forth. So, you know, I don't want them all the same. But I actually have more than 2 people. So I got one person in there. So there's 3. And then in order to describe the murderers, I had to make the killer a point of view. Because I wanted them to describe the murderers. I didn't know how else to do it. So then I did that. And then there'll be a spot where the detectives will be kind of like their point of view. I don't know if what I'm doing is right or not. I don't know a lot about writing novels. I'm really not. I'm a short story writer. Really not sure what I'm doing. And I didn't do a lot of reading of craft books, which I've just started to read some, you know, some of these craft books. So I don't know what I'm doing. You have had clients ask for that. It's so hard. You mean when they want the chapters all the same? Clients ask for what? Yeah, well, I'm sure the beta readers will tell me. And they want them 2,500 words. I guess that would be hard. That's a pretty, actually, technically, it's not that long of a chapter either. I don't think. I gotta, once I get all this finished, I have to send the rest of it to La Monique because she's read the first part. That the stripped outlines drive me nuts. I guess so. I'm not sure I could do something like that. I struggled till I found this story. This story actually worked. I haven't been able to write anything like this before. I didn't want to write anything like this before. I wrote things for Nano that I just had no interest in pursuing afterwards. I have another one that I kind of enjoyed, and I might go back and pull that one out. But right now, I have an idea for a second one for this, if I can come up with enough words for it, of course. And that I don't know yet. I have an inkling of an idea for a story. I just don't know if I have enough words to make it a story. Oh. And then the other thing I did, I don't know if I told you this, I was, I called it Murder in Coke Bay. And I'm not thinking of it, I called it Murder in Coke Bay, and I thought that's, my mind, that was what it was. And I'm going through the other day, and I'm reading the thing, and I'm like, wait a minute. They weren't murdered in Coke Bay. Coke Bay was where the main character and his wife lived, but that's not where the murders were. Like, I had to change the name because they were murdered, and these two girls lived in a different town. They were murdered somewhere else. Like, oh my gosh. Guess you are going to write a lot this week. I have to put together some questions for the beta readers too, and then I gotta find some beta readers. I know Monique, well, she wants the other half. I figured she would. She read the first half. I'm sure she wants the rest of it. I'm glad you have some plans with your kid. It is the holidays. It's easy to get caught up in that kind of thing. Yeah. Well, if you want, you let me know and I'll send it to you. Even if you're just curious. Mm. We've been through a lot together, you and I. I read fast too. I can whiz through things pretty fast. When I get it all set up, I will send you a copy. I have to get some chapters in it. I have to. You gotta have chapters, and it's got to be. It has to be finished editing. Then it'll be ready to copy into a Google Doc so I can share it. I hate Google Docs so much. He's tried to judge reading things for people, but it's never happened. You're stuck being a ghostwriter. Mm, I don't think I can handle it. Too many restrictions, and my inspiration just doesn't work like that. Yeah, I mean, it's great if you can do it, but I'm not the right kind of person. I struggle enough all these years just to do this. Written so many things and nothing ever came of them. Took me all this time to do this. And I don't think I could just produce like you do. It's great that you can do that. But I'm not one of those kind of people. I mean, I see some of these people, between Courtney and all her books, and then there's Sarah Cannon from Heartbreedings she's written, I think, 20 some books, and my I didn't get that many ideas. I mean, I struggled for a long time to get one, you know. I have learned to ask for longer deadlines. I still fall behind on those. I'd rather have the choice than have to do it. But you don't have a choice. You have to do it, right? I just know I couldn't. I couldn't just write on. Do it. Do it. I guess I could work outside of the home for 2 jobs, which would suck. I did that before. I worked a full-time job and an almost full-time job. I thought it was going to kill me. I had just gotten divorced. I had no money, and I was working the 2 jobs, and then I was going to school on top of it. I thought I was going to kill myself. It was rough. Bonnie, I just said, I can't work. My carpal tunnel had gotten so bad in my hands I couldn't hold on to. I was working in a concession stand in the movie theater, and I couldn't hold the cups. I was dropping everything because my hands were so bad. The carpal tunnel was so bad in my hands. I said, I can't do this job anymore. And I actually made out better not working for that little bit of money because it was basically going to taxes. Really wasn't getting much out of it. And I was working so hard, it was killing me. I just finally had to give it up. And it worked out better without. You like getting out to deliver food for a break in time on it. Oh, I wouldn't want to deliver food. That's not me. I'm afraid of people. I do think that my mental health is sketchy as far as work sometimes. I just take meds to get through that. People make me nervous. People I don't know, situations I don't know. I would not be able to deliver, not knowing what's happening or what I'm coming up against. I don't have the strength to handle it. Do function decently for the most part. You don't really deal with a lot of people DoorDashing. You grab the food quick and mostly leave it on doorsteps. If you see them, it's super fast and I'm always in a hurry. I might go out for a bit Sunday and make some cash. I am a better writer than I am working in an office though. Oh, I think I gotta go. Got a cash tip one day. That's nice. It's been 8 hours. And I'm getting tired. So I think I'm going to say good night. And today is what is today? Friday? Tuesday night. Unless I decide to do a pop-up next time, I'll probably be on this Tuesday. No, I didn't do much writing tonight. Too much chatting. At least I don't have a deadline. I don't have a deadline like you do. I'm gonna take my medicine. I'll probably fall asleep in the chair taking my medicine. That's what I usually end up doing. Falling asleep in the chair. So next time, like I said, unless I do a pop-up, the next time I'm on is Tuesday night. See what happens after that. So I'm going to say good night now. It was a good night, despite everything. Yeah, I need to get some sleep. It's almost 4 o'clock here, so see you soon. Bye-bye.